afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 2 of INFOCOM. Hope you had a good session yesterday. And we'll be starting in about 10 minutes from now. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to day 2 of INFOCOM 2020. And we will be starting in about 5 or 6 minutes. But if you joined in early, please kindly stay logged in. And we will be starting soon. afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to day 2 of INFOCOM 2020 virtual conference. Before we begin the day, I must tell you there are a lot of interesting sessions that are lined up today. Stephen will be joining us in a moment, and a little about the sponsors for INFOCOM 2020, without whom the conference wouldn't have been possible. Our host state for INFOCOM 2020 is the Government of West Bengal, Department of IT University, career partner Ediguai Career Predictive Test. Associate sponsors are ACOP Systems, StarTech, Pinnacle Infotech Solutions, Krishi Vikas Shilpa Kendra, Macau's Infotech, Power Grid Corporation of India, and our association partners are SARC CCI, NASCOM, and CIO Club. Thank you all delegates for joining back in for day 2 of INFOCOM, and we're very excited to have you with us. Now, we begin the day with a very interesting leadership keynote, the offer you cannot refuse. And it is my privilege and honor to introduce our keynote speaker, who is joining in from Belgium, Mr. Steven van Belleghem, who is an expert in customer focus in a digital world. And he's also an author and co-founder of Nextworks and Snackbite. Steven is an international keynote speaker. And in these past years, Steven has given more than 1,000 presentations at events in over 40 countries. His core expertise is the future of customer centricity, the combination between customer-centric thinking, the latest technologies, and the human touch is the guiding principle in Steven's stories. Steven is an entrepreneur. He's the co-founder of the inspiration agency Nextworks and the social media agency Snackbites. As an investor, he is also involved in the fast-growing digital agency Intracto and AI scale-up Hello Customer. Finally, Steven is also on the board of directors of Plan International. In addition to this, along with his entrepreneurial activities, Steven is also a part-time marketing professor at the Vlerick Business School and a guest lecturer at London Business School. His opinion is often shared in media like Forbes, Walk, The Guardian, and so on. Steven has authored 5 international bestsellers and has sold more than 130,000 books. His work has been translated into 7 languages, and he is the recipient of a variety of awards, most innovative marketing book, best marketing book, and best international business book. I warmly welcome Steven van Belleghem and thank you for accepting our request to be a keynote speaker at INFOCOM 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, the keynote on the offer you can't refuse. And before Steven comes on stage, there is a question and answer box. In case you have any questions for Steven, do post them in the box and we will try and get to them after Steven's keynote. Over to you, Steven, for your keynote.
Thank you, Raki, for the warm introduction. It's a pleasure to be here at INFOCOM again. 2 years ago, I had the pleasure to be in India live with you on stage, but today I'm very proud that I can be part of this virtual conference. And I brought this story for you called The Offer You Can't Refuse, which is also the title of my latest book. And it talks about the future of customer experience. And of course, this has been a terrible year with the pandemic and COVID-19. But if you look at the evolution in terms of digital behavior, I tend to call this year the year of the biggest digital training course in human history. We made the big digital jump forward. And sometimes it even feels like we stepped in some sort of a time machine, right? We stepped into it in March 2020. And in terms of digital behavior, we stepped back out in March 2025. We made this big jump forward. And there are many facts that I could share, but this is my favorite graph to illustrate this. This is the evolution of e-commerce in the United States in the last 10 years. So if you look closely, you will see that between 2011 and 2019, e-commerce grew with 9% in the US. 9% in 8 years. And then in March, the great lockdown started. And then in 8 weeks' time, e-commerce grew at 11%. So we had higher growth in 8 weeks than in the past 8 years. It's the big digital jump forward. And what you see is that people who started to try out new digital adventures, they are showing interest of keeping this behavior alive. They're not going back. And this is not just in B2C markets, this is also the case in B2B markets. Like, this is a study of McKinsey, where you see that in the beginning of the pandemic, only half of the B2B salespeople were convinced that they could sell through a screen. Now, more than 3/4 is convinced that they can sell through a screen, not just towards existing clients, but also to new clients. So every signal is pointing in the same direction, that we didn't climb this mountain this year in terms of digital behavior. We didn't go steep up and then back steep down. No, we climbed the Table Mountain in South Africa. We went steep up and we reached this new level. That is the big digital jump forward. And that's what I mean with this time machine that we jumped into. This is the consequence of the big digital training course that all of us went through this year. And as a consequence, more and more organizations are starting to invest in digital, are moving faster with the digital transformation. And I understand that, because ask yourself this. If you look outside your window today, do you still see the world? Because I don't think you do. I think you see part of the world, because there's this big digital invisible layer on top of everything that we do that is changing the way that customers and companies interact with each other. And because of that, I really believe that we shouldn't make a distinction anymore between online and offline, between digital and analog. Today, it's about a hybrid world where both come together, where online and offline are merging. And you see this in every industry. Like I'm a fan of this healthcare example from China, a good doctor, an app that in case you don't feel well, if you have a symptom of something, you connect with the app, you have a real-time video call a few seconds later with a doctor. If something serious is going on, they're going to make an appointment in a clinic, in a hospital, for instance. And if nothing serious is going on, they will prescribe the medication you need. They will send the medication to your house and you will receive it in less than 30 minutes. So they bring the healthcare system to the patient, and that works really well. And it's extremely popular. A good doctor is the most popular healthcare system in the world. More than 300 Chinese people are using it every time they don't feel well. And now they're bringing this digital platform to the physical world. Like in cities like Beijing and Shanghai, they're placing these mobile clinics. They look like an old-fashioned phone booth, but you walk in and there you have a video call with a doctor. And once you're done, you can go to the other side of the mobile clinic, you scan your phone, and then you can have instantly your medication. And this is for me an example of this hybrid world. Going to the healthcare system is usually an offline process, but because of COVID-19 in many markets, we now have remote healthcare. But they also bring that digital healthcare to the physical world with those mobile clinics. The difference between on and offline has almost completely disappeared, and that's really interesting to see. Now, as a consequence of what happened this year is that the expectations of customers are changing rapidly. And I want to take you on this journey on how you can create for your organization and offer your customers can't refuse. And you know, in the old world, pre-COVID, it was pretty easy. If you wanted to be successful, you needed a good product, good service, good price. That is obviously still important today. But part of the new minimum is also digital convenience. Today, people find it normal that digital interfaces just work perfectly. And you see more and more organizations that understand this and that are trying to optimize every detail of that customer journey. And I want to show you one of my favorite examples. Walmart, the biggest company in the world, the largest supermarket chain in the world. Some people think this is a dinosaur that is about to be extinct because of Amazon, but that's not really true. The fact is that Walmart is one of the few companies that is fighting back against Amazon. And that's because they really understand how to use the leverage of their stores. Like, people can order online with them and then you can go to the store and pick it up, but they don't want to wait in line for 15 minutes and wait until a human picks up that package. Time is a scarce resource and they want to do that in an efficient way. So what they've done is in all these Walmart stores, they place these huge pickup towers and people get a barcode. They go to the barcode with their phone, they order it online, get the barcode, they go to the machine, they scan it, and in just a few seconds, they get their package. They don't have to wait. It's extremely, extremely efficient. But now Walmart want to take it one step further. And then they launched this commercial. And I'm like 40 plus, so for me, this is a trip in memory lane with all the cool cars when I was a child. But what they're actually showing here is that if you're passing by Walmart and you ordered some food online, just get on the parking lot. We're going to put the food in your trunk and you can take off again. You don't even have to get out of your car. And if you think, okay, that's really cool, but what with people who don't drive home passing by a Walmart? No problem. They now have in-fridge delivery. And that means that you order online and then they send someone to your house They open up the door with a digital lock. They go in your house. They film everything they do, so you know what's going on. But you're sure that all the food is nicely in the refrigerator and that the cat of the neighbors isn't eating your food. But maybe you think, okay, I don't like the idea of another human in my house. Fine. Then they can send in the robots. If you don't like a human to do the delivery, they will send a robot to do the delivery. So there's always a solution for this problem. But Walmart is one of those companies that really understands how they can add value to this whole evolution and how they can try to optimize every detail of the customer journey. And as a consequence, I believe that digital convenience is becoming a commodity, which means that if you have it, that's fine. If you don't have it, people don't understand anymore. So the question is, what are expectations that people will have that go beyond convenience? What are expectations that people have that go beyond convenience? How can you create an offer they can't refuse? And I like to play with two dimensions. On top of the minimum demand of a good product and good price, digital convenience, I like to play with these dimensions. How can you become a partner in life of your customers? And how can you add value to society? And if you make a combination of those two, you can actually create an offer people can't refuse. So if we want to build, one of the first items that I always recommend to add is how can you become a partner in life? Now we're going to play a little game. Imagine that tomorrow morning you wake up and you're not waking up in beautiful India, but you look around and you feel like, oh my God, I have changed into a rhino and I'm walking around in the bush in Kenya, for instance. That would be a disappointment if you wouldn't be a human anymore in beautiful India, but a rhino in also beautiful Kenya. And what would be your first concern as a rhino? I don't know if you ever thought about that, but your first concern would be to find food and water, same as a human. And you can do that as a rhino. That's the good news. But the bad news is that a rhino is not good in keeping its own safety and its own healthcare. And that's because nature made a mistake. When nature created the rhino, they were convinced that a rhino would have no natural enemies. Because look at this animal. I mean, every little bit intelligent lion would never attack a rhino, but would go for the zebra, right? So no natural enemies. But then unfortunately, humans have become interested in the horns of this beautiful animal. But because nature thought it wouldn't have any animals, it made a few mistakes. Like a rhino doesn't have good eyesight, doesn't have good smell capabilities. So it's hard to protect itself against human poachers. But thank God the rhino has a partner in life, these oxpeckers. And these little birds are not just on the back of the rhino eating the parasites from its skin to keep its skin healthy. No, they also function as an alarm system. Like the birds, they have great eyesight, right? And then they look around, and then when they see a human, they know that this could be dangerous, and then they make a different sound. And the rhino recognizes that sound. And then the rhino thinks like, okay, there must be a human around. I have to run as hard as I can. And, you know, this is for me a metaphor of what organizations should be doing. This is what a partner in life is really about. How can you add value to the life of your customers in a non-intrusive way? Like the rhino doesn't even feel that those birds are on its back, but when he needs them, they are there. How can you do this? How can you add value at the moment that it really matters without being intrusive? That is what a partner in life is all about. This is about understanding the human needs behind the customer, the human emotions. Like every human has a movie of their life in their head, right? Like things they hope will happen, things they hope will never happen, dreams and fears and ambitions. We all have that. The better an organization understands those, the better they can play a role in our life journey. And in this phase, it's not really about optimizing the customer journey anymore. In this phase, it's about optimizing the life journey. This isn't about transactions, this is about emotions. And I want to show you an example from my own country, from Belgium, a company that I'm very familiar with. I'm a huge fan of those. A company called Upcot, and they make student homes. So they make apartments where students live when they go to university. And traditionally, you know how it goes in real estate. It's a very conservative market. You rent a place and that's it. I mean, they try to give a nice quality living, and a safe place, but that's it. Well, these guys go a lot further. They want to be a partner in life for the students. And one of the things they do is this. In every building that they have, there is a mental coach available 24/7. And these coaches can help students that are lonely in the apartment or are afraid to go to the exams, or when there's a conflict, or when someone is ill or someone passes away. That unfortunately happens sometimes. Well, then they have a mental coach available. Now, because of COVID-19, many students are unhappy with the situation. They are disappointed that they have a limited life at this moment. So a lot of them are down. So what they've done in UPCOT is they installed, or they offered students free access to psychologists, and they organized that for them to support them, to get them through this. They have something like Upgrade Academy. Upgrade Academy is a learning platform where they offer students insights, interesting lectures that go beyond the knowledge that you learn on the student benches, but that can play a vital role in the rest of their life. That's what they want to do. And this is about becoming a partner in life. This is not just about renting out the place. This is about adding value in the life of those students. And I think that is just fascinating to see how they do this. They understand the human behind the customer. And if you do that, you can become a partner in life. And then we come to the last, part of the model, changing your world. Today the world is looking for companies that take their responsibility, because the world is facing many challenges. Just look at what happened this year. We still have an enormous fight against discrimination and racism. We have a more urgent need to do something about climate change than ever. We had the biggest healthcare crisis that we've ever seen, with a devastating impact on the global economy. This has not been a good year. There's a lot on our plate. And what you see is that more and more people around the world are looking to companies to deal with these changes. They want companies to take their responsibility and add value to these global challenges and these local challenges. There is a higher level of trust that business leaders can tackle these global challenges than government leaders can. And 3/4 of the world's population, they expect organizations to take their responsibility and don't wait until a government imposes them to do so. Can you change the world with your organization? And if you wonder, okay, how do we need to start about this? Because that's not easy to change the world or change part of your world. And what I would invite you to do is this. Look at the world as a world with trade-offs. What is the trade-off in your industry? Sometimes the trade-off is convenience versus privacy, right? Sometimes the trade-off is, I want to buy something cheap, but then I know that it's not produced in an ethical way. Or I like my own freedom, and sometimes that has a negative consequence for the planet. That's a trade-off. What is the trade-off in your industry? Can you identify it, and then can you start to reduce it to eventually eliminate it? And I'm going to show you this example. Like take me. I'm not a vegetarian. I like to eat meat, even though I know that meat is bad for my personal health, and I know it's bad for the planet. But still, I eat meat. Is this a trade-off that we can solve? Yes. Because now you have companies like Impossible Foods or Beyond Meat. They make plant-based meat. They don't want to target the vegetarian population. They want to target people like me who like to eat meat. They want to give me a meat-like experience. They want to mimic the meat experience to offer me something that has the same taste, smell, and texture as meat, but without the negative consequences for my personal health and for the climate. Are these companies there yet? No, of course not. They're in the beginning of their evolution, but they're getting traction. You see how McDonald's and Burger King is working with them, how you can find their products in the supermarket. And the moment that they will be able to scale their solutions to more and more people, at that moment, they will be part of the reduction of that trade-off. And this is a very interesting one to think about. If you want to add value to society, find the trade-off in your industry and try to remove it. And if you do so, you can change your world. And these are the 4 components that can help you to create an offer your customers can't refuse. Good product, service, price, digital convenience, partner in life, which is about the human behind the customer, and having a positive impact on society are 4 components that a modern consumer values highly. How can you combine those to create an offer people can't refuse? And this is a world that goes beyond customer, beyond convenience. People expect more. People expect the more emotional parts of the relationship to grow in importance. The only thing that I just want to add to this is that this model works from the bottom up. It starts with the customer, it evolves towards society. This is sometimes the frustration of NGOs. They're like, hey, but Steve, we're changing the world. Why isn't it working? Well, probably because your digital convenience isn't good enough, or your product service price quality isn't good enough. And then you only attract a group of idealists. If you want to reach the mass market, this begins with the customer and it evolves towards society, not the other way around. And this is my invitation to you. How far are you up on this model of the offer you can't refuse? Where are you doing good things that you can double down on? Where do you have the feeling that you need to invest more to keep up with the evolutions in the market? And how can you create an offer people can't refuse? And this is my final invitation for you guys, my last slide, an open invitation to dare to dream about the perfect customer experience. Dare to dream what that could be, and then reverse engineer it back to today and start building that offer your customers cannot refuse. This, my dear friends in India, is what I had for you. I hope you enjoyed it. If you like my work, feel free to check me out on Instagram or YouTube or LinkedIn. I share a lot of content there. I have a lot of people from India who are following me already, and I'm very thankful for that. So it would be an honor to welcome all of you there on my platforms. Thank you very much for inviting me again for the second time. I'm deeply honored, and I'm going to give the word back to Raki. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, Stephen. There's a question that has come in from Mr. Mangal Kumar Kulkarni. He's saying, digital certainty makes the customer journey more convenient, but how do we ensure that we do not miss out on the human touch in these transactions?
That's a very good point. And I think they work perfectly next to each other. The strength of digital is the ultimate convenience, right? That's what apps and tools do for us, and that's cool. But they're also humans. And the cool thing is that the typical human skills are very complementary with digital skills. Like typical human skills are empathy, passion, creativity, the positive human transfer that we can do between humans. That is very hard for a machine. And I really believe that the more digital the world becomes, the more valuable these human skills will be. The only thing is, it's not because you are a human that you're good in the human skills. Being good in empathy, passion, creativity, that should be something that we're more attentive for in the next few years, because that will grow in importance. And if you if you excel in those, customers will be really happy with that.
Okay. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Stephen, for joining us today all the way from Belgium. It has been an honor to have you with us at INFOCOM 2020. Thank you so much for joining us for the second time. It's always an exciting session to watch you speak. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. We'll move on to the next session now. That was Stephen Van Belleghem from Belgium. And the next session is also another interesting one. We have a leadership keynote on building a software product nation in the next normal. And our keynote speaker is Dr. Omkar Rai, who's the Director General of Software Technology Parks of India. A little about Dr. Rai. He is, since he's the Director General of Software Technology Parks of India, it is a premier government organization working for the promotion of IT, ITES, ESDM industry in India. Dr. Rai has contributed immensely in repositioning STPI with focus on innovation and dispersal of IT, ESDM industry beyond metros. He brings 30 years of experience in IT, ESDM sector, having unique distinction of working very closely with government and the IT, ESDM industry. He has been instrumental in formulating an appropriate interface among industry, academia, and the IT, ESDM industry. He is working for the formulation of incubation programs and Center of Excellence, COES, for IT, ESDM sector to promote startups, entrepreneurship, innovation, and software product creation in the country. Dr. Rai has been educated in Banaras Hindu University, from where he has earned his bachelor's degree, his master's degree, and also his PhD degree in statistics. I warmly welcome you, Dr. Omkar Rai, sir. And for the audience, in case you have any questions, kindly use the Q&A box to post your questions, and we shall try and get to them at the end of the session. Welcome you, Dr. Rai, and over to you, sir, for your keynote address.
Thank you very much for the opportunity and for a very liberal introduction, very great introduction. Thank you very much for that. I must express my gratitude towards ABP, not only for this initiative, but also for affording an opportunity to me to share my thoughts. And I must again congratulate ABP for this great forum. And I'm very, it's a matter of pleasure for me that I am getting opportunity year on year to share my thoughts on this very important forum. I would say that the theme of this INFOCOM 2020 is around is the next normal, and it has been derived from the fact that during this pandemic COVID-19 lockdown, we have seen emergence of new normals across the country and across the sectors of economy. Because of the resilience that has been shown, because of the adaptability that has been expressed and exhibited by people of this country at large. I would, as the topic of my talk is around building a software product nation is the next new normal, I would say that the seed of this so-called software product nation was sown way back in 80s, when India established a very tacit, solid foundation of IT services industry based on the talent and cost arbitrage. And this can be seen from the fact that in 1992-93, India exported software services in the tune of 520 million Indian rupees, which has risen to $150 billion export in year 2019-20. The overall revenue of IT services industry in India has grown to $191 billion. This sector employs currently about 4.4 million professionals, engineers across the value chain. And as is a fact and known by all stakeholders that the Indian outsourcing, Indian IT services industry has continuously moved up the value chain. It once started delivering services to its customers at the bottom of the value chain. And now the Indian IT services industry is nothing but a R&D outsourcing industry. We are actually powering and serving the R&D requirement of our customers from all across the world. And therefore, if you look at the profile of IT services industry in India, this industry is actually doing R&D, creating technology product, giving consultancy to their customers. And therefore, it's a knowledge industry, it's a product creation industry. Of course, this has been characterized as a service, which is outsourcing industry, R&D as a service we have been extended to our customers. If you look at the entire journey, we find that most of the multinationals from all across the world have created their R&D centers in India, owing to the talent and cost arbitrage both. And that those factors, those pillars of the IT services industry continue to be there in play. And therefore, we still maintain the cost arbitrage, we still maintain the availability of world-class talent in these sectors. Over a period of time, as the world has grown in terms of is moving towards Industry 4.0, we are creating so many products, so many things, so many IPRs. And therefore, the focus of the rest of the world is towards creation of IPR, technology products, software products. And therefore, if we talk about what India is aspiring today, that India, at a time when we are leaders in IT outsourcing industry, in the entire world with 56% of the global market share in the market, global market, we are actually trying to build on this strength based on the talent and the cost arbitrage, and trying to capitalize on the indigenous demand, because this pandemic 19 COVID-19 lockdown period, Indians have shown a lot of adaptability to digital platforms. The brand consciousness of Indians have now gone down in terms of they're ready to consume the made in India products. The resilience of Indian IT industry has grown, and digital footprint, digital profile of India has grown. We have seen the emergence of people in the hinterland, in the rural areas, are now going towards using the broadbands. The data connectivity is growing, access to the information, digital platform, the aspiration to connect to on these platforms has grown. We have seen that during this period, Indians continued to deliver educational services through collaborative platform, medical services, health services. The uses of online gaming platforms have grown up. We have been consuming the digital content. It has grown manifold. And therefore, the entire scenario, the entire profile of India has grown and transformed to that point that Indians are now being seen more as a domestic market rather than the export market. And that is one of the drivers for growth of the software product industry in India. We know that we have talent, as I have spoken. We are actually creating software product for our customers all across the world. And therefore, while we are maintaining our leadership in IT services, India, even way back in 2019, came up with the National Policy on Software Product 2019, we call it. And we could foresee that India has to become a software product industry in another 5 to 10 years. And because of that, we envisioned to take the software product industry of India somewhere between 70 to $80 billion by 2025. And for that, we have decided to take a number of initiatives. We have that number in mind, that we will promote about 10,000 technology startups all across the country in emerging technology. And the ministries, the governments, and other organizations, the ecosystem, we have decided to make a collaborative effort to make sure that we are able to provide all sorts of infrastructure support, policy support, access to capital, access to mentors, access to domestic market, to the upcoming startup young boys and girls, so that they create product which is consumed within India, and their quality is as good as export world-class quality, so that they can later on export their product to rest of the world, thereby creating a lot of wealth and opportunity for our countrymen. And this is something which is happening right now. You may like to look at the kind of initiative that the stakeholders are taking right now. The Ministry of Electronics and IT Government of India is engaged with indulging, launching so many challenge grant programs. Very recently, we concluded a challenge grant program for collaborative platform, indigenous collaborative platform. Just recently, we concluded a challenge grant program for smart water meters. And most importantly, all these challenge programs that are being launched by various government departments are actually an effort to make sure that we share our problem that we face today. And those problems we are inviting the young boys and girls to come and solve those problems. And in turn, we are offering the market to them. This is becoming a phenomena of the day. So governments of the day are making a participatory effort to make sure that young boys and girls come forward, solve the problem, create technology products, and the government would use those products, and that is how the indigenous market will be created and problems will be solved. This is a way to promote the entrepreneurship within this country and to create the software product. Apart from that, a great thirst is being made in terms of promoting the culture of innovation across the country, to inculcate the ideation in young boys and girls right at the root level, in the school level, in the university level, and the engineering college level, so that the young boys and girls and students, while they are studying, they must develop that knack of ideation, so that they should have that endeavor, aspiration to indulge into entrepreneurship and try their hands at some kind of new product creation or new ideation. This is the kind of culture this is being promoted by the stakeholders at large in this nation. I must say that this is the new normal. And in times to come, the fruits of this entire upcoming ecosystem will be realized on the ground. And India will be able to, have a great share in the in the software product market of the world. As I said, we have a target aspiration of taking our software industry, software product industry, somewhere between a 70 to 80 billion dollar. But this is not the end of the story. It is the beginning of the story. And we will soon, because of the fact that we have the talent within this nation, we have the caste arbitrage advantage in this nation, and I'm very sure that we'll be able to build on this. I would like to remind the audience and also to all the stakeholders that based on this very tacit foundation, we have seen the emergence of India Stack in this nation. We have seen a quick creation of Aadhaar platform, UPI platform, government e-marketplace, Jandhan Aadhaar Trinity. We have seen the uses of Aadhaar platform in not only government delivery of services to the citizens of this nation, but also creation of so many technology products around it. We have also seen that this caste arbitrage and IT services industry of this nation has been able to power a very strong startup ecosystem in this nation. But the kind of platform like Flipkart, MakeMyTrip.com, Naukri.com, Ola platform, Yo Room platform, all these platforms have been have become successful for the talent we had, the caste arbitrage that we still maintain, and that is how the entrepreneurs of this nation could create these robust technology platform at the fraction of cost that their counterparts and competitors from rest of the world have been investing in US and European geographies. And that is how we have become very, very competitive on the grounds. As I said, the startup ecosystem, which started with one unicorn in 2012, have grown to 30 unicorns by now. And we foresee that we will be able to create about 52 unicorns by 2022. This is the kind of number which is so exciting for us. This is the kind of journey that gives us assurance and hope that in times to come, India would actually become a software product nation, a nation where we would create so many products, technology products, IPRs, and give a much needed leadership to the rest of the world in times to come. I would say that the kind of initiative like the stakeholders are taking right now are evident on the ground. The creation of centers of excellence as software technology parks of India is doing right now is one such initiative. We are collaborating with the Ministry of Electronics and IT, concerned state governments, the academic institution, the academia at large, the industry association and industry leaders at the end of the day, because they are the people who are leading these centers of excellence initiative of STPI, which is being created to afford much needed access to the mentor pool, to the seed capital, to the market, to the technology, to the lab, to the standards, best practices, and all such things which are required to make sure that a young boy and girl or anybody who wants to ideate and create some technology product are given all sorts of support in STPI centers of excellence. These centers of excellence that I have just talked about are so far has been created in the field of IoT, blockchain, fintech, meditech, augmented reality, virtual reality, on autonomous, connected, electric and shared vehicles, animation, gaming, and visual effect. All these technologies are being used to create the infrastructure to labs so that a young boy and girl or anybody who's picked up through a screening process can be given all sorts of support here. Again, I would say that all the centers of excellence that STPI has planned so far will end up creating 25 centers of excellence. They all will be networked. And in turn, these COEs will be networked with the Ministry of Electronics and IT's startup hub, MSH, which is again hub of several centers of excellence and incubators being created countrywide. These center of excellence and networked environment will afford much needed knowledge sharing, sharing of best practices, best mentor pool, and most importantly, access to the market at the end of the day. And I am very sure that all these things coming up in place in times to come, India will be able to, not only able to create products and technology services for our countrymen to solve the problem that country faces today, but there will be products which will be based on the ideation of very futuristic products, which will not only be consumed by Indians, but also will be consumed by the people from rest of the world, which would lead in the turn in growth of the export, bring a lot of prosperity and wealth for our country, and in turn create jobs. I would thank ABP again for this opportunity, and I will be open for any question from the audience. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, sir. Dr. Rai, sir. There are some questions. The first question is from Mr. Devjoy Guha. He is asking that how do you keep the energy, enthusiasm, and interest up with the development team and business with complex long-term projects?
Mm-hmm. I would say that the complex and long-term projects have to be sustained with the funding, with the long-term goal of creating something which is tested technology and becomes a product over a period of time. You know that the services require instant deployment, whereas if you are creating something which is based on ideation and idea, it becomes a technology product. And therefore, these kind of projects have to be sustained with a lot of investment and patience.
Okay, sir. So the next question is from Mr. Joydeep Ghosh. He's asking that with AI, taking the lead now, how long will it take for India to match with countries like US or UK in developing AI infrastructure and services?
See, just recently I have seen a news article emerging out of this conference itself that the implementation of AI or adoption of AI would help India to generate wealth around $500 billion by 2022 or something. I must say that AI actually is going to enhance the productivity, enhance the efficiency, and would help India a great addition in their value added in GDP. I must say that India has a different model. We work in a very different manner, wherein government would take care of the ease of doing business, creation of proper rule, conducive environment for the investment. It is the industry of India, academia of India, which takes the lead and deploys the technology, create the technology. And therefore, the stakeholders like industry, the academia, they have to take a lead and create world-class products. Based on the competition, the industry and other users will use those technologies and make themselves efficient and enhance their productivity. So it is not only a government support that would actually drive the growth in the AI. In fact, all of us have to work together as per our mandate and requirement and adopt AI in our products, in our services, in our offering that we are doing right now. And that is how I foresee the uses of AI in India.
Okay, so the next question is, sir, in your speech, you said by 2025, we are expected to have software exports about 70 to 80 billion dollars. So what is the current figure in terms of the software exports? That is part one. And part two is, what is the percentage of market share of India in terms of the globe?
So there are two things. I mean, I referred about IT outsourcing market. I said that India has 56% of the global outsourcing market share right now. So we are leader in that, which is translated in terms of export, which is around $147 billion right now. We are leader in that. But as I said, in terms of software product, we are still at infancy. We have about $10 billion revenue in software product market in India, whereas world over the software product market stands at $520 billion, which is expected to grow to $1 trillion by 2025. And therefore, keeping in view of our minimal share in the software product market, as I said, as I informed the audience that we had already come up with National Policy on Software Product 2019. And subsequent to that, several initiatives have been taken and put in place to make sure that we also create software product. And we want to take software product industry in India somewhere between 70 to $80 billion by 2025. So this is the kind of ambition that we have right now.
So thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. And it is always a privilege and honor to have you. You've been with us for many years, sir, and we are much grateful for STPI's participation. Thank you so much, sir. So we will move on to the next session, which is a strategy spotlight session on the topic Next Gen Strategies for an Empowered Next Normal World. And our spotlight speaker today is Mr. Mario Badur, who is the Global Chief Operating Officer of StarTech Inc. Mario is joining us from the US, and it's very early for him today, but we're really grateful that he's joining us. Mario, as StarTech's Global Chief Operating Officer, he leads the organization and is responsible for delivering differentiated value to customers, along with promoting StarTech culture and vision across the global footprint. Since joining StarTech in 2012, Mario has undertaken progressively a variety of key leadership roles spanning account management, multi-vertical operations, strategy, and innovation. Mario most recently served as SVP and Chief Operations Officer for the Americas, where he was responsible for key strategic relationships and operations across the region. Mario draws his daily inspiration from the thousands of team members he's committed to empowering and supporting as they design a future-ready digital CX organization. Prior to starting his career at StarTech, Mario spent 12 years in the industry where he held leadership positions across the globe with shared services and industry-leading innovation companies. He was responsible for large-scale deliveries supporting wide-ranging portfolio of Fortune 500 companies outsourcing across a variety of industries. We warmly welcome you, Mr. Mario Badur. The spotlight session will be hosted by Mr. Ambarish Dasgupta, Senior Partner and Founder of Inturi Consulting LLP. Mr. Ambarish Dasgupta, Management Consultant with more than 30 years of experience, was the partner and the national leader of consulting of KPMG. He was also a part of the global management consulting team of KPMG. He was also a partner and the national leader of the consulting practice of PwC India. He was also a member of India leadership team and also advisory leadership team of PwC India. He has done both his bachelor and master's in electrical engineering from Jadavpur University. Most importantly, Mr. Ambarish Dasgupta has been a partner with INFOCOM for many years and has been associated with us, and we are really grateful for the same. We warmly welcome you, Mr. Ambarish Dasgupta, sir. And before we hand over the session, again, a reminder that there's a Q&A box, and in case you have any questions for the spotlight speaker or for the host, kindly post them in the Q&A box, and we will get to them at the end of the session. And I now hand over the session to you, Mr. Dasgupta. The the strategy spotlight, next gen strategies for an empowered next normal world. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Rakhi. I only hope that am I clearly visible and audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, nice to see you and hear you, Mario. Good to know you.
Thank you, Rakhi, for the introduction, and looking forward to the conversation, Ambarish. Thank you.
Thank you. Rakhi, just one request, since I have not put on my watch, so therefore, if you can just give me a signal that when should we move to the question and answer session.
Yes, sir, We'll do that.
Okay, sure. Thank you. Mario, so I understand from Rakhi that you have just woken up early in the morning from US to get into this session, and really grateful to you. So how are things out there right now, considering the situation of the second wave or the third wave which is coming in? How is it in New York? How are you doing?
Look, it's it's actually almost 3 o'clock in the morning, but it's a pleasure to be here. I was listening to the speaker before me, so it's well worth it. It's a good time spent. I think when people ask how are things going, it's where we're navigating unknowns right now, as you know, and whether it's wave 2, whether it's another wave coming in. I believe at this point every country dealt with this pandemic a little differently, and from a U.S. standpoint, the motivation was to maintain the economy, to keep the business going. I think some may argue that this served us well. Some may argue that this actually put us behind a little bit. The fact is that the numbers continues to go up. The fact is the cases and infection rate continues to go up. There is a level of optimism that is unprecedented right now, given that the vaccine is coming up. I think everybody's geared towards potentially taking the vaccine and getting back to somewhat of a norm. But the reality is the U.S. is a little unfortunate with a level of infrastructure that perhaps some other parts of the world that weren't fortunate with, and that allowed the country to maintain continuity in business, whether remotely, virtually, at home. So you're not seeing the impact from that standpoint. I think companies and enterprises learned how to kind of adapt, and we're seeing somewhat of a business as usual. I can tell you, I've done some travels lately, and I was pleasantly surprised to see that airports are somewhat busy, and looks like the consumers as well as the workforce is getting used to this kind of new norm and adapting to it fairly quickly.
Right. So before we move on to the new normal, which will come in after possibly this pandemic gets over, but how did you personally, as well as your organization, StartTech, cope up with this pandemic? What have been your discoveries about you, your life, as well as your organization's life during these horrible times that we went through, say, starting from March and maybe going through even now, but this may soon be over. So what have been your learnings, discoveries about you and about your organization's discoveries as well?
Great question. Thank you, Ambarish. Look, I'll start, I guess, personally. I think we've learned that there's something greater than all of us in the world that humbled us and allowed us to look inwards at our families and our relationships, at the quality of life that we are maintaining, and it made everybody question, who are we and who do we want to be, given that there's a force much greater than us that could impact us at any point and any time. So I personally been fortunate. I haven't had anybody that from a family standpoint, impacted with the virus. So I think from that perspective, we're blessed and we're grateful. From a StartTech standpoint, and I will talk from a StartTech perspective and perhaps the industry in general, in the marketplace. I say we're not where we want to be. We are not where we are going to be, given that it's still somewhat of an uncharted territories, but we are sure ways from where we were. I think the progress that we made has been pretty significant. in terms of when we received the phone calls early in March, knowing that there's a pandemic impacting our business, impacting revenue streams, we had to look at the organization and make a decision and how to kind of optimize immediately. And the approach was slash our cost, adapt, and rebuild. And without impacting the marketplace, without impacting clients in general. And I think that's basic economics. When you face a crisis, you'll go back and look inwards at how do we optimize our operation, and how do we adapt to something that's very unknown. There was no SOP to that. There was no industry practices to that. It required a set of leadership and a set of mindset that's willing to navigate uncharted waters. And then how do you, as you learn very quickly, how do you build in that new state? And I think I'm very proud to say that StarTech, from a StarTech standpoint, we quickly learned and adapted, and we are rebuilding. We've seen some great results. We announced our Q3 not long ago, so we've seen some great results out of our third quarter, and we are foreseeing some good performance in the near future also. So I believe we have adapted to the situation. I think from a client's perspective and from a marketplace perspective, Ambarish, COVID is almost over. They're not forgiving. The marketplace forgave you for 3 months, 4 months, but at this point, organizations like ours in the service industry are expected to build something that is COVID-proof, for lack of better words. We are expected to navigate in that pandemic as if the pandemic is over. You asked something about lessons learned, and I think I'd like to take some couple of minutes and talk about this a little bit, because when we say, I hear a lot of industry leaders talking about technology and talking about different predictions. I'll tell you, in the people business that we are in, when it comes to the service industry, the biggest lesson for us, for me personally, has been the kind of leadership that organization like ours requires from a human capital standpoint. I think the world so far has seen a level of strategy and coming from technical leadership. And by technical leadership, I mean subject matter experts that provides technical expertise, that are driven by certain operating practices. I think of lawyers, I think of surgeons, I think of traditional business managers. And this pandemic put us in a situation where we have to rethink something totally different, and I'm referring to it as adaptive leadership. And adaptive leadership, we're talking about a level of human capital that is able to navigate unknowns, operate in gray areas, that have skills of being capable of being agile, lean, assess multiple options, and in general, be resilient and have a level of grit that typically traditional managers don't have. And that's the kind of breed today that we are seeing surfacing and succeeding in this kind of pandemic. The best leaders during this time are adaptive leaders. Leaders that are seeking feedback, leaders that are saying, look, we don't know what the answer is, but we are looking to have some sort of a stop, start, continue exercise, and always seeking feedback from organizations and from the marketplace to see what can we learn on the spot during these moments of truth that are coming across us, and how do we act on them? And we also learned that, like I said, that clients are not forgiving. The marketplace is not forgiving. And this level of adaptive leadership, I believe, is what made us successful and opened our eyes on kind of what to look for in the future and what kind of talent do we need to go after. It's no longer, do you know how to do your job and can you do it well, but it's more, how could you do that job under not only pressure, but under in situations where there are unknowns and there are untested. And I call that more like a future-ready leaders almost, or future-proof, I should say, leaders.
That's good. I mean, you brought in two very important terms, signifying the trend of management in the new normal situation, the adaptive, the agile management. That's really good. Now, since this ABP INFOCOM's main theme is new normal, so if we go into this word, analyze this word a little bit, I don't know if anyone has heard of this book called The Moon is a Harsh Mistress. There was a book written long back called The Moon is a Harsh Mistress. And it was written by a gentleman called Robert Heinlein. He first introduced this word in a political sense, this new normal, when he was actually meaning that the post-colonial situation for his country will be a new normal. That's what. Then we have heard the usage of this term after the Spanish flu, the new normal. Then we have heard the usage of this term regarding the financial depression when we're coming out, the new normal. Now we are having it during this coronavirus time, and we're thinking that this will be the new normal. So we have heard it in a political sense, we have heard it in a health condition, we have heard it in a financial depression times, now again in some health environment impacting business. So now in 2020, we are talking about the new normal, and particularly coming in the area where you have been primarily working in technology, customer experience management, BPO, IT, ITS. So what do you think the top 2-3 trends of this new normal in your areas will be?
That's great. Great perspective and great question. Thank you. Look, it's hard. I mean, although we're not in the business of astrology, I guess, but to your point, you can't help but predict and hedge some bets on what that future looks like. I think I refer to it as ACDC. I think it's easy to remember, and that's after COVID, during COVID. But if you pay attention, I'm not saying pre-COVID. There's no such thing as pre-COVID anymore. I think that moved on. That train moved on, and new norms will emerge. We've seen it, to your point, through historical events. New norms will emerge, and this is an era of shifting events. I don't believe we're going back to a new to the normal that we've seen pre-COVID. I view things such as lockdowns will become international standards, and what we've learned is that the longer you take to go into a lockdown is the longer you take to get out of the lockdown. We're seeing that, and I think countries and government are learning that very quickly. I have seen governments around the world approaching lockdowns differently. From some countries, even neighboring countries in North America. If I contrast Canada to the U.S., you've seen Canada went into lockdowns fairly quickly. They got out of lockdowns somewhat quicker. The U.S. took a different approach, took time to go into lockdown. Now we're seeing curfews in certain states that we have not seen early on in the pandemic. And I don't know whether it's right or wrong. I think it's yet to be seen. At the end of the day, this is a virus that continues to mutate, and countries are still dabbling with what's right, what's wrong. I will tell you that vaccines is coming up. Everybody's looking forward to the vaccine. And what's interesting, Ambarish, is what would the world be post-vaccine, right? Will we go back to a certain norm and travels and going back to the office? I mean, most of the workforce is right now working remotely and virtually. Is that working for some companies? You hear that headquarters will become potentially obsolete, where the virtual world is working fairly well. Does it mean when you have a vaccine, some companies will go back take a different stance on that and go back into their offices? That's yet to be seen. I'll tell you one thing for sure. What we are going through right now taught us that we don't have to be on planes all the time. There are a lot of things that could be done virtually. we don't have to be in the office every day. There are things that are done virtually, and they're done better. In our industry, I am now able to cast a net across countries, not only across cities where I had offices. And by casting a net, wide net across the nation, I can attract talent that I didn't have access to in the past. I can have better performing talent because now they are working from the comfort of their home, from the comfort of their office. They are contributing to the organization more, spending time more in the office. Well, that comes at a disadvantage too, because now you have to start thinking of how do you educate and help and support a workforce to cope with stress and anxiety and amount of work and balancing work life between the office and home. But from a new norm perspective, I think technologically this forced us to shift the focus a little bit from AI and automation and RPOs to a little bit more of a security focus. The amount of cyber attacks that we're seeing lately in our industry is unprecedented. And I look at security, both network security and physical security. From a physical security, when you had an office, you had eyes in the skies with cameras looking at every employee's understanding what they're doing and how they're interacting with the products and with the services in general. And at home, this forced many companies to innovate and establish physical securities through means and tools that we did not have before. We have to look now at biometrics, facial recognition, voice recognitions, keystrokes following. So we're trying to establish a level of physical security, allowing us to almost be there in the office with the teleworking community that we did not have before. And I think this is establishing a level of confidence in the marketplace with many organizations, whether it's in the financial sector, healthcare sector, to go back and say, you know what, we could today go back on what I said earlier, attract better talent, scale faster, because now you're playing in multiple geos, scale faster, attract better talent without having to worry about the physical security aspect, because this pandemic forced software companies to innovate and to bring to market security softwares that we did not have before. Now, on the other hand, like I said, cyber attacks are increasing, and that's something that we have to be careful of and be mindful of. New norm is yet to be seen what that means, but we know that there's a level of adaptation taking place from a virtual workforce standpoint, from a security standpoint. And in the contact center industry, such as ours, we know that going back to the office will also require social distancing, or maybe physical distancing, for lack of better words, instead of social distancing. We need to continue to collaborate and socialize as a workforce community, but we have to establish that physical distancing that the new norm is putting upon us. So a lot of different factors that we have to consider. The design of our offices, we have to kind of reconsider them at some point. The amount of real estate that we used to require to fit a certain amount of workforce is no longer sufficient because of physical distancing. So then you get into the situation where, do you build more offices, or do you build some sort of a hybrid model, teleworking, virtual employees, and brick and mortar work from the office kind of type of employees? So these are all different questions that we are debating and trying to understand what it means to us, and how do we actually go forward and operate within these new norms. I mentioned vaccine also, and I'd like to stop on that for a bit, because different countries are approaching this differently. in some countries, you can force a vaccine to the workforce, and you can say if you have to show up to the office, you have to be vaccinated, you have to show a certificate of vaccination. In some countries, you're not allowed to apply such rigid rules. And then it poses the question, do you expose your workforce in areas where you are not allowed to enforce a vaccine? Do you expose the rest of the workforce and to a level of mass contamination? So again, vaccine is a great thing, but also it's something that we're still debating on how do we approach it from the business community, and whether this is something you can force or not. And it's yet to be seen. So that's kind of in general. I think we know, to summarize, that there will be a new norm. I think we don't know exactly what that new norm is, but I go back to adaptive leadership. I think we need to be able to learn, identify these moments of truth, learn from them, and apply a solution as we go forward and as we learn.
Right. You spoke of, and I think StarTech did very well in terms of handling employees during the bad times, during the down times. They were very much appreciated the StarTech's performance. And I know the call center without wall, the project that you launched, that was also very much well appreciated. So you handled without any firing your employees. You really handled it well. Now, but you also went into an environment of virtualization very much. But when you did go into virtualization, did you see that the virtualization really requires a different kind of standard operating procedures, which one needs to follow in the office than while working in person, physically being there? And whether it would actually, a proper blending of physical presence and virtualization will require a different kind of SOP, a different kind of workflow, different kind of governance, different kind of appraisal mechanisms for the employees if they're working from home, different KPIs to be determined for the employees. So it is just not providing some technologies and making them work virtually. It's actually building up the whole system of appraisal to workflows to governance to everything. And also a significant amount of trust-based employee handling is needed, because it's not more of a supervision. A significant amount of trust to be injected into that environment to get into proper virtualization. So what are your thoughts in that? Since StarTech, you handled it so well.
It's a great topic to discuss and unpack. I think at the end of the day, our employees are our core product at StarTech, and we don't manufacture a product. I always say we manufacture talent, and in our industry. And this is when we pivoted to an at-home environment. We had almost 50%. I mean, we're right now at almost 50% globally. We have 45,000 employees globally, and we're to the tunes of 50% virtual. You can only imagine, to your point, the infrastructure that we have to put in place on the cloud, from a not only technology, also from a security standpoint, but also from an engagement standpoint. How do you engage with a workforce today remotely all of a sudden? I mean, you used to walk on the operations floor, tap someone on the shoulder and tell them, good job. I just heard a great call that you just completed. Continue to do the great job that you're doing. Today, how do you do that? It used to take 2 seconds to recognize someone. Today, you're in a situation where you have to do that remotely. So yes, it did require us to establish engagement tools where there was a lot of gamification in place. Leaders board kind of set up. How do you today measure someone's performance and recognize them for that performance virtually, whether by giving them a badge that they can collect throughout their throughout the week, the month, and eventually once you collect, certain points or a certain amount of badges, you get to a prize. So this is the kind of gamification that we're putting in place. Another thing is the pulse of the employees. How do you measure happiness in general on that? So there are tools out there today where you can get a true real-time pulse on how the employees are feeling, whether there's various platforms. one of the things that we use is simply a sad face, happy face, and neutral face. An employee can click on that for a small pop-up screen that they get on their screen. You can click on that, and it gives us feedback back to our different centers, and leaders can see the level of mood, I would say, or happiness throughout the day for each teams and each employees, and they can act on that. They can give the employee a call, have a FaceTime conversation with them, understand exactly what's impacting their day, how can they influence that differently. So this is the level of engagement today that we're basically getting into versus that face-to-face physical interaction that we had in a brick and mortar environment. There's something very important here to kind of maybe stop and discuss a little bit. From a work from home requires different personalities, and now we're into a stage and a phase where we're assessing personality types that could work from home. And by that I mean whether the introverts of the world, the ambiverts of the world, the extroverts of the world, right? They behave differently at home. Not every employee today, just because you give them capability to work remotely, are thriving in an at-home environment. Different personalities are truly performing completely different in that at-home environment. There's a focus, I would say, an increase of awareness of where our team members stand in terms of introversion and extroversion in general. And based on that, we are making assessments on whether these type of employees will continue to work from home or come back potentially to a brick and mortar as we build that hybrid setup. I think introverts are thriving. They're self-learners. They like to be at home, focused. We're seeing performance out of that group that we haven't seen before in the past in the brick and mortar environment. Obviously, I won't stop too much on the ambiverts. I think they're doing well in both environments. But let's discuss the extroverts a little bit. These are individuals that perhaps are struggling a little bit in an at-home environment, and we are helping them cope in that kind of setup. Remote work requires a significant amount of self-motivation and independent goal settings. It can be hard not to have a structure of the 8 to 9 hours a day in an office setting, to do without the social aspect of working with a team, and to prioritize schedules for yourself when there isn't a manager to help you out. So all these kind of things are being taken into consideration. And I wouldn't say by any stretch of the imagination that we are there yet, but we are trying to understand how do we structure a conducive environment for these individuals until we're able to get them back to the offices, whether through different webinars that we're hosting internally. Our learning and development team is doing a great job pushing coping mechanisms and webinars and learnings on how to kind of adapt as an extrovert and working from home, whether we tailor different schedules for them, whether we give them perhaps split shifts where in the middle they can go for walks and break the routine during their day, socialize with their families, then come back to work. So there are different tools and mechanisms that we are assessing in order to get the best performance out of these kind of personalities today. These are a lot of different stages that we're going through in order to kind of understand the go forward environment and ecosystem that we're operating in.
Fine. As you said, that there are introverts will be working better in a home environment. The newly coined saying goes, and you young guy saying, I'm an introvert on the weekdays, I'm an extrovert on the weekends.
That's very true, isn't it? Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And that's it's interesting. So I talked about the personality types, but you bring a good point. In our industry, we have a wide age group that we deal with, whether from the millennials all the way to retired workforce that now would like to work from home and continue in the workforce and make this a career without having to go to an office. So yes, so it's not only personality types, but also there are age groups that we have to also take into consideration as we establish which groups will eventually be a teleworking group and which group will go back to the commuting to the office.
If we move to the consumers you handle, because since you were a contact center, you are in the business of handling lots of consumers. And are you seeing in the again going by the neo normal that the consumer preferences are changing in any way? Because we are hearing that the urban consumers may move more towards a minimalistic life. Urban may move more towards a more healthier environment, towards the greener sides to the rural, whereas the consumptions may increase more on the rural side. So the consumer preferences may keep on changing. We are about this complete different philosophy of life coming in, at least for the people who have consumed so far very much, like the urban people or the rich sections, and they want to go into a more minimalistic life now. So are you seeing that the preferences of the consumers in any way now changing as far as the consumption of the luxury goods or as far as the consumption of the essential goods go?
That's a great question. Look, personally, I don't think I've stepped into a grocery store since March. And prior to that, I used to enjoy going and kind of walking through the aisles and doing my groceries. And I don't think I thought about ordering my groceries online prior to that pandemic. And right now, you get forced to try it. And once you tried it, you're like, this is great. It comes to your door and you don't have to worry about doing these chores yourself. And then that's from a personal experience. I've been doing that since March. So, and I know that represents a large population out there doing the same thing. We do have clients today that are in that e-commerce business. Whether I heard someone mentioning the previous speaker earlier mentioned Flipkart, and I will go further to talk about the Walmart of the world, the Amazon of the world, etc. These are industries today that have proved to be pandemic proof almost. They were not impacted. As a matter of fact, they're thriving in this kind of environment because consumers today are have tendencies to order online and to conduct business online without having to expose themselves into the risk of going to the outside world. So some that were reluctant were forced into these kind of habits, and then it became habitual. And I use the word habit on purpose here because it became habitual for them and it became more practical. So I don't see this is going away. And I see the new norm or that pandemic is forcing these companies and these organizations to now think through how, to your point, to get to the rural areas and how to get to zones and geographies where they did not think before that they need to get access to. Now there's an appetite from that demographic to order online and conduct business through an e-commerce platform. And it is definitely forcing them to expand their services, and it's definitely forcing these companies to evolve. On our side, on the service delivery front, we're seeing unprecedented volumes handled in the contact center, whether it's in the back office or on the voice or on the digital side with chat, email. We're seeing these volumes increasing continuously. I'll tell you, we just went through Black Friday, Cyber Monday events. We used to forecast significantly higher volumes for these 2 days of the year pre-holidays. This year, we didn't see the fluctuation or the spikes that we used to see before compared to previous weeks because we've been in a Black Friday, Cyber Monday for 6 months, 8 months so far this year. So you're seeing that new norm taking place, and you're seeing the consumer demand gearing towards conducting business online much more.
Just check with Rocky. Rocky, how are we doing on time?
We still have 5 minutes, sir.
Okay, good. So therefore, Mario, what we have been earlier noticing in the manufacturing world, particularly, That at that time the manufacturers were more focused on the variants, the number of variants that they can actually keep in to provoke the customer's interest. I mean, any product that they're producing more variants, more customized kind of variants to provoke the consumption more. And are we now hearing that since the people will really not be so finicky about what they are buying, the consumption pattern will be coming down, the luxury goods items, the minimalistic trend of that. So are we, is Mario off? Hello?
No, I'm on, I'm still here.
Oh, okay, good. So are we now never feeling that they will now be focusing more on the distribution complexities rather than actually focusing more on the creation of more variants in the manufacturing, and therefore bringing in more technology to diversify the products more, but they will now be focusing more on managing the complexities of the distribution more?
That's a very provoking thought, I guess. I mean, it's still yet to be known, but I'll tell you, I think it's both. I don't think it's one versus the other. I think it's both. I think one, there is a pressure out there to focus on the supply chain and on the delivery from street to the house, or from the manufacturer to the house. There's definitely that pressure, and it's escalating further. But I don't think it's at the cost of the quality of the goods, because there's the level of competition on the market today, and because the consumer became extremely savvy on the products, the level of access consumers have today allows them real time to compare various products and to compare various price points. And in the past, you used to have to go and research and talk to consultants to understand exactly which product you get, or you have to read reviews on products to understand which product is better, and it takes you time to do all this. Now, and you can take your smartphone and get that done in 30 seconds and make a decision, a buying decision on which product you should go after. The amount of reviews today and the amount of surveys around consumers, and consumers are pretty vocal, and they're not forgiving at all in terms of putting out their sentiments on the product. And a consumer can read these sentiments fairly quickly and make an assessment and a decision, a buying decision. So I think what we are going to see is an evolution in pressure on a better product and pressure on a better supply chain in general. But I think you mentioned a great point earlier when you talked about luxury goods. I think this is where this shift is now more to practical goods, necessity, essentials versus luxury. And this is where we're seeing right now. I mean, there is a level of uncertainties in the market. There's a level of consumers are becoming more frugal, I would say, given that uncertainty. And the demand for luxury goods is diminishing because consumers are focused on necessities and essentials at this point. I think we will continue to see this as we navigate the unknown and as we navigate the new world in 2021, understanding how different economies are going to behave based on different political policies, different government approaches. And at this point, I think this is forcing a level of frugality around consumers, gearing them towards essentials and necessities versus luxuries. But I don't believe the quality will be compromised.
Yeah. Yeah. So my last one will be, before we move to the Q&A, which will be more on the strategic management of an organization, not on employees or on consumer. Like a year or 2 years back, we also heard from the World Economic Forum's Davos. They said that the smart organizations or the organizations of the future will not just be having to please the shareholders in terms of the top line, bottom line. They will actually be managing the stakeholder. And the term that came out was stakeholder capitalism, which was basically everybody to an organization is a stakeholder. The employee, the society, the surroundings, the environment, the supplier, buyers. So everyone around is a stakeholder. And we will be therefore be managing or trying to manage the stakeholders better than just focusing on the shareholders. Now, we are seeing right now in the present situation when there is a different view, and you started very well when you mentioned that we are all trying to look into the purpose of our life now after these happening. So in fact, one of the webinar that we were also hearing was that the organizations will now be more focused on figuring out that what is the purpose. What purpose are they here for? Not just for ESG, working on the environment and the social governance, manage a better world, contributing to the better world. Do you see that that's only on the pages of the book, or do you think that's really happening, that there is a shift to the expectations of the stakeholders happening now, not just merely the bottom lines?
Absolutely. Look, go back to how we opened this. I think as individuals are looking at their purpose, and as individuals are looking at who are we and what do we want to be, organizations are asking that same questions. Who are we and where do we want to be? And again, this forced everybody to look inward. And I think from a social corporate responsibility, or corporate social responsibility, we are looking at ways on how do we contribute to the communities. We say we give where we live, and that's a theme that we are truly trying to embrace. And we've done many things here at StarTech, where visited local hospitals, local clinics, try to bring some meals to essential workers, etc. I mean, there's a level of compassion that you're seeing at the corporate level, and we feel that we have an obligation to contribute and give where we live in the communities that we live in, and create perhaps a better sense of responsibility overall. We do believe there's a symbiotic relationship between giving and performance. When you build a culture today around employees that are geared and have an appetite to give and contribute to their communities, it builds a sense of responsibility and loyalty and integrity that usually transcendent to the office place, to the workplace, and we're seeing some of that, and we want to encourage that. And back to shareholder versus stakeholder. Look, we view this as it's a balancing act. There are three pillars that we always look at: employee happiness, marketplace or client satisfaction, and financial health. And I view financial health as an outcome, not as an input. If you today have an employee that is happy, if we have an employee that is encouraged to come to work and look forward to come to work, and we have a say here at StarTech, and we say we want people to show up for each other, not for StarTech, because if we can accomplish that, if we can get people to show up for each other and look after each other and support each other, StarTech is fine. That will be an outcome. And when you get the workforce to be happy showing up to work, and they're looking forward to come to work, typically they perform well. And typically when they're performing well, the marketplace wants to grow with you. Clients wants to give you more business because of that performance. When these two elements take place, financials usually are an outcome, and the financials are taken care of. So yes, I absolutely agree that the stakeholders today are the source of a happy shareholder.
So I'll have to cut in, sir. We are out of time, and we'd like to thank Mr. Mario Badur for joining us for the session, and thank you, Mr. Amrish Dasgupta, for moderating the session. It's been a very interesting session. We will have to move into the next session, sir. So thank you so much for joining in.
Thank you very much. appreciate the ABP's invitation and the opportunity to talk to you today.
Yes, sir.
Thanks,
so much.
Thanks, Mario. It's insightful. Thank you, Mario. Very insightful session.
So we move into the next session, which is the technology panel, which is on architecting resilience built to survive failure. And we have panelists joining us. Mr. Avinash Velal, who is the CIO Growing Markets, India, Middle East and Africa, APAC and South America. He's the Vice President of IT and Process in Atos, India. He is also the President of CIO Club Mumbai chapter. Mr. Avinash Velal is a certified independent director geared to share 33 years of experience in global IT transformations, M&A and global governance to improve governance standards in Indian companies. He has successfully handled IT transformation of multiple large M&A across regions in Atos and Siemens. Mr. Velal has driven large IT transformation projects, outsourcing infrastructure and service management product development, quality assurance, business delivery, and marketing across his service career in Atos, Siemens, and L&T. He is an industrial engineering graduate with passion towards efficiency and innovation. We warmly welcome you, Mr. Avinash Velal, today. And the next panelist is Mr. Doman Yadav. He is the Chief General Manager, Telecom, Power Grid Corporation of India. Mr. Yadav has graduated in Electronics and Telecommunication from NIT Patna in 1992 and has been serving in Power Grid for the last 27 years. Mr. Yadav holds a postgraduate diploma in business management from MDI Gurugram. He has varied experience in Power Grid in various areas like implementation in SCADA, energy management system, and associated communication system for automation of India power system monitoring and control, project management, process-based quality optimization through zero inspection, and design of pan-India communication network for diversification of Power Grid into telecom business. Mr. Yadav has also pioneered the establishment of OPGW communication system for Bhutan Power and Bhutan Telecom as the first international consultancy assignment of Power Grid. Mr. Yadav has been looking after the telecom business of Power Grid, which has witnessed 5 times growth in last 10 years. We warmly welcome you, Mr. Daman Yadav, sir. Our next panelist, Mr. Sankarshan Banerjee, who is the CIO of RBL Bank. Unfortunately, Mr. Sankarshan Banerjee is held back. There's some emergency that has come up. So when he joins in, we will, introduce him then. However, Mr. Sankarshan Banerjee has about 23 years of experience, and we hope, he can join us later in the session. And the chairperson and moderator for the session is Mr. Bimal Patwari, who is the founder and president of Pinnacle Infotech Solutions. Mr. Patwari is the first generation entrepreneur and founder of Pinnacle Infotech, the acknowledged global leader in providing innovative BIM-based engineering and architectural solutions with global delivery centers in India, USA, Dubai, London, Zurich, and Italy. He has done engineering from IIT Kharagpur and MBA from IIM Lucknow, where he was awarded the Director's Gold Medal for Academic Excellence. Mr. Patwari has extensively worked with architects, engineering companies, contractors, and government agencies in USA, Europe, Australia, India, and Middle East. He is recognized for his visionary contribution to the innovative use of advanced BIM technology to improve efficiency, provide fast turnaround, and reduce costs for the construction industry. We warmly welcome you, Mr. Bimal Patwari, sir. And again, a reminder to all the delegates, there's a Q&A box in case you have any questions for the panelists. Kindly put in your questions and we'll try and get to them at the end of the session. Now I hand over the session to you, Mr. Bimal Patwari, sir, to moderate the session, the technology panel on architecting resilience built to survive failure. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Raki. My dear expert panelists, INFOCOM organizing committee, and I feel so privileged to moderate this technology panel, Architecting Resilience Built to Survive Failure. In today's panel, we are really privileged to have experts from different industry verticals. We shall discuss the impact of COVID on every sphere of our life and how the mankind has converted this into a golden opportunity. IMF's World Economic Outlook in October 2020 has projected global growth to fall by 4.4% in 2020. In India, the projections are anywhere between -9 to -10.5%. Different sectors have been impacted differently. Today, countries and industries are mustering all their resources to deploy cutting-edge technology to mitigate the effects of COVID-19. Logistic companies have been one of the biggest innovators. Just imagine a large warehouse of 2 lakh square feet stocking 90,000 types of products. Today, using AI and IoT devices, Amazon is able to manage this 2 lakh square feet warehouse with 200 robots and just 50 people, which could have probably taken 500 people to manage. Today, they are understood to be using more than 1 lakh such robotic units in 26 of their fulfillment centers, and the count is increasing every day. Our current world population of 7.8 billion is expected to become 9.7 billion in 2050, an increase of 24%. The population of developed country is going to remain stagnant, whereas the growth will come from the less developed countries like India. This opens up even more challenges. So what will be the new normal? Where do we go from here? Today, in our technology panel, we shall discuss. We can summarize these in 3 steps: recover, rebuild, and reimagine. In the first step, we need to recover from the impact of COVID. We, organizations and industry, we have to prioritize offerings, customers, and resources due to localized containment and social distancing norms. We have to conserve efforts and prepare to grow once the situation improves. We do have to relook at our operating models and cost structures. We have to eliminate low value add, non-essential activities wherever possible. The second step is to rebuild our organization to face the new normal. World is not going to be the same again. And we all need to have a flatter structures and focused implementation. Decision making will have to be swift. In the third steps, companies have to reimagine their operations. We have to relook how are we operating. Digitalization and speed has to become integral to the culture of our organization. They are set to become the cornerstone of all successful companies. Friends, customer behavior today has changed, and we have to understand the behavior of new normal customers and strengthen our value proposition and differentiate. Future companies have to read the new situation and take bold decisions, restructure portfolio, hive off the non-core business. I would now invite Mr. Yadav, Chief Manager Telecom, Power Grid Corporation, to address us. As we know, power is the backbone of every industry, and they had the onerous task to manage the power distribution during these tough times. I request Mr. Yadav to share with us his experiences and his observations, how to face the new normal. Mr. Yadav, please.
Thank you, Mr. Patwari. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Yadav.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me. Actually, Power Grid, as you know, is the power transmission company of India and is having around 168,000 circuit kilometers, around 250 substations, and more than 50% of power flows through Power Grid network. So you can say we have the backbone of power, all transmission along the country. And because of this emergency situation, our setup was so made during COVID also that we could manage without any major failures during that period. And still now we are managing so. Because this all happened possible, we have very initially in this last 20 years, we planned the automation of power system control system, where we are getting all the data from the substations through our optical network, which is very reliable through the transmission lines. And also we have a dedicated control center where we get data from all substations, and also we can control from here. So if something is here happening, so we can manage the total network from central location, as well as also we have backup control centers. Regarding telecom, we have using those fibers also a diversified to telecom, and we have providing the bandwidth services to all major telecom operators here in India, as well as government departments and major customers. So during this situation, what we found that in telecom, there was a lot of requirement because everybody was, you can say, put in house. So the telecom was the basic need. And because telecom happened in India and everybody was mostly connected, so because of that situation, we could face, and we can our business we could made it as usual. And during the lockdown, there were a lot of fear, so people cannot go out. And so in that situation, we have to be connected through. Also, telecom was the main, you can say, pillar for this communication. And what we found that during this period, we were, you can say, like for control of power system, we were very much ready for this control through IT system. We are also ready through our other adoption of IT system like e-office and all, so that all the approval system, everything was happening online, and we are not facing any delay. And earlier it was only through happening in the office. There was no VPN to the homes, or people can use only to the senior people. But during lockdown, it was extended to all persons, so that nothing stopped. And also one more thing we found, that because of most of the customers, our small customer location were closed, so they were getting very less, you can say, complaint about the outages. And but there was a lot of demand regarding the bandwidth increase from some customers, and whoever has closed, they were demand having that to decrease the bandwidth. And because of our control center was operating on 24/7 basis, we could manage all those without any difficulty. And seeing these conditions, also earlier we are having all meetings through going to the locations or in the offices. But in this situation, we are using the electronic media through all online system like Zoom, MS Teams and all. And we are totally connected with our employees and also with our partners. Whoever they are necessary, we are always connected and always taking all decisions on time. And whatever approvals and all we are doing roughly, you can say 90% earlier, so that shift to more than 99% online. And even in this period, if you say no activity of our stopped, even the tendering, getting the tenders, evaluation, approvals, awards, everything was happening. You can say some of the processes even got faster because of we can dedicate our time and we can save our time coming to office and going from office. And in this process, to get the people engaged more using the IT system, our company also, they arrange so many online webinars from the doctors, from the other hospitals, so that people will be in the, you can say, good health and good mood. And also our company at that time, they also arrange so many online programs using this technology, so that people also get a lot of skill development in different required areas. So seeing these new norms of business, still anyway the situation is unlocked now, but now also we are, you can say, working in a situation like lockdown, means we are using all IT technology, because now then only we explored the real use of technology, how we can optimize all our operations, our everything. And those still it is being used now. And because of our, you can say, earlier action already taken regarding the automation, we were able to, you can sustain everything so far regarding the business, whether in power grid or telecom. We did not, you can say, lose any more business there. So I think using the right technology that time is really helped us. Thank you.
Mr. Yadav, thanks for telling us the details. The lockdown was so sudden, and I'm so proud to see that your organization has done such a commendable job in running the whole infrastructure. You are the backbone to the whole industry. And I can see that the investment that Power Grid made in the infrastructure. You had all the VPN connections so that all employees could work virtually from home. I especially like the way your organization had all the approvals and the office procedures online, and which is unprecedented because in a government setup, there are so many constraints. And to have the setup, I mean, this is really commendable. We'll come to more details. Now I would request Mr. Avinash, who is an expert and has a visionary approach to digital transformation. So, Mr. Avinash, we would like to know that we had various speakers, earlier panels also, talking about the various impacts of COVID-19. And now we are talking about the new normal world. So how do we adjust? How do we restructure? What should the organizations do to manage this new world? Your voice is not very clear. Can you please increase your voice, Mr. Avinash?
Sound is not coming.
Maybe interruption temperature.
Okay, so Mr. Avinash, you are a visionary for advising different companies to the digital transformation. And today, every organization has to restructure, retrain their industry, their company to face the challenges of the new normal world that we are talking about. So if you could tell us more about what should the organizations do to meet these challenges and adjust their strategies to the new normal world?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Patwari. Okay, just before that, let me introduce Atos. Atos is a French multinational across 80 plus countries providing IT-enabled services. And I personally look around 30 countries which I support. So going into your question, I mean, it is, as you summarized in the beginning earlier, like we have gone through the 3 stages: repair, recover, and reimagine. So let me take you through to all the 3 phases, or for at least for Atos and most of the organization, what has happened. So if you look back in terms of repair, I mean, nobody got a chance of even a week just to realize this kind of epidemic coming down. And we really had to move people, provide desktops, provide the connectivity, go in kind of a remote, which was like, no options asked, and you had to do it. There was no options at all. And that was really kind of it's a very unprecedented time, and people somehow managed to get in a month's time to get people remotely working, getting things in place. However, the next stage came in. Once people were in place, assets were in place, how do you start recovering? Primarily, you need to enable your systems when your employees are working remotely, your partners are working remotely, your customers are being remotely. There were a lot of in terms of customer interactions to enable them, allow us to work remotely, to see. So we are really proud to say out of 20,000 employees which have moved, we didn't have any SLA or violation handling global customers. So that's been a great thing. It's a difficult task to achieve, especially it's not only the hardware part, it's also the access part of the employee. in terms of processes, in terms of knowledge transfer, handover, security. So during this time, I think all IT departments went through a massive change or a massive workforce, which they had to really think through, quickly get the access in place. So the recovery has been happening and people have now somehow stabilized. There has been a paradigm shift which has happened in terms of remote working, which was never envisaged earlier. It was just on paper that we are working remotely, and IT services company were mostly using remote working from home. But now it's everybody is using remote working. So now that is a run-of-the-mill story. No more it is like remote working, ye ghar pe kuch kaam nahi karta hai, kind of scenario. So productivity, rather, if you really look at, has gone up rather than gone down, and the mind shift has changed, because remotely, if you're working, you're doing more work rather than less, because you're available for all this, and you are measured against productivity. So that's a major shift if you have not really realized it, because people are no more dependent on filling the hours, but they're more responsible to produce in those hours. So the measure has become very, very clear and transparent. So that's the major shift which has happened in terms of getting into recover mode. People have gotten processes in place to see how is the attendance coming in, access, allowing people in terms of compliance to remotely log in, measure their attendance, having compliance in terms of like SEEPs companies allowed to work from home with their own assets. So a lot of governmental things, a lot of regulations, a lot of processes, a lot of approaches have changed in the repair mode. And all this has made organizations to relook at what they have and what they can do. But come September now, come this November, people are still recovering, and we are going into now reimagining force. Like, what is reimagination required? Do you think after this COVID goes, things are going to come back to normal? Not at all. If you are so naive to think that things will come back to pre-COVID days, sorry, things have changed. A paradigm shift has happened. So if we really look at what organizations really need to look at today, there are multiple aspects which the organization need to really address, and things which have changed for this after recovery phase are three parts. One is you really need to be human-centric. By human-centric, what I mean is you need to be more closer to the customer. It, of course, remotely you have been enabled having remote webinars like this, but sales happens through relationships. So what is the challenge? How do I become more closer to the customer in this kind of environment? People have to rethink, they're reworking on it. Second, in terms of employees, how will I make an engaged employee is a big challenge as of now. Remotely he's working, he's producing, but what is he doing? We don't know. So is he having that bonding with the organization to the work which we have? What is his engagement model? How is the company engaging the employees? How are they going to keep motivated? How are they going to build a teamwork? This is a big challenge. In terms of partners, okay, how are you going to rework your partner landscape? How are you going to get those things re-enabled, refocused? Luckily, in a partner landscape, it has been mostly a lot of virtual things, but things have to change and really to think of your supply chains. In terms of your basically going into vendors, how are you going to look at your vendors? How are you going to work with you? So primarily all this customer first, the human first specific things we need to focus on. And technology is there, but what is that you can do to bring this engagement, bring them closer is the main challenge today organizations are facing. Secondly, agility of business has to really go up. It cannot be the simple way earlier is to take months to decide something and then is to become big projects. Nowadays, you don't have this facility. Engagements have, decisions have to be taken on the fly right now and they have to be really deployed. So COVID is a very great way to really show things. Like a lot of projects are hanging in air and paper. The moment things happened, all the sanctions happen immediately. So that demonstrates that you need to have a business agility to survive in today's world, especially post-COVID. If you're going to be not agile, then it's going to be a big challenge and a huge challenge for organization to survive. So agility of business in terms of serving the customer, in terms of realigning, in terms of changing the process, etc., is most important. So coming back to the enterprise reimagination, what do you mean by reimagination? So reimagination is what I said earlier in terms of enterprise experience, in terms of your customer, in terms of your vendors, landscape, employees, etc. So that is most important. How do you change it? Secondly, what are your sales channel now? The erstwhile way of having your sales channels have been now passe. That means you really can't meet the customer as often, or rather in a webinar, you can meet him as often as possible. So now, if you really look at today's scenario, I am doing more webinars than what I used to meet once or twice in event. So availability has changed, but then it has to bring, you need to add value to your sales channel. You need to add value to the time which people are providing you. And that needs to, when you are remote and virtual, you need to really think through what you're going to pitch, how you're going to pitch. So those entire marketing effort has to relook at those marketing efforts. When I look at marketing today, your revenue generation has to be recovered, and then you can't afford to have your old way of market channels. The segmentation has to be micro segmented now. Like which other customers are going to be moving, like pharma will be better, or which. So you need to relook at your market segmentation and look at what you can do in terms of realigning your business, because it cannot be the traditional market segment which you had will continue. Going to your offerings, the offerings need to change. You can't no more have a physical supply. Maybe you need to really look at a change, whether you can give aggregation models, you can give shared services, or you can look at providing in terms of any different offerings combined together, offerings as a service. So you really need to look at what are you in the business of, what are your offerings, and how they are tailored to the post-COVID world. When all this is happening, definitely you need to make your business process changes. Like earlier, everybody used to say digital transformation. Now you don't have any say. You have to have a digital transformation in place to really tie into the digital economy. What has happened is, due to COVID and because of digitalization, which was already in phase, your ecosystem which was surrounding your enterprise has really come to digital. Earlier, maybe there were people who were at a higher space, some people are laggard. But COVID has forced everybody to adopt a digital model. So your entire partner, vendor, customer landscape has gone digital. In that context, you cannot go and address this as same like the existing company processes. You need to change your processes so that you can adopt and utilize the collaborations, utilize the aggregations of the model, the mobility part, and redevelop your processes so that you are more efficient, faster, and it is easier. The earlier you adopt, the better will be ahead in this portion of reimagining and recovering. So that's a major thing like enterprises really need to look at. And business models, of course, that's being the basic part of digitalization, but now more so in reimagination, you need to relook at your business models. How can you make, no more it is 4x, 5x is acceptable change or standard. You need to have 10x plus or a moonshot experiments to really change your business process and models. And that's what is going to take you ahead to survive in the next economy. So these are the various ways you really need to look at reimaginations.
Thank you, Mr. Avinash. That was really nice, and I completely agree with you. Both Mr. Yadav and Mr. Avinash, you talked about restructuring and retraining the organization. And Mr. Yadav, you talked about that how your work process has completely changed. It has become online. So was it possible for you to retrain everyone, or it may need to some retrenchment and hiring new type of people? How painful is this experience of restructuring and making people understand the need of the new world, the new environment? So if you could share with us these experiences and how your organization coped with it, that would be really nice.
Thank you. Actually, you can say in that term, we have not done any rehiring or retrenchment or hiring any more people. So with existing resources only, because we were already using those automation technologies. And so that helped us, and we did not have to go for some new technology that period of time. Only because of the internet connectivity and work from home, which is basically, you can say it was not earlier in the company, being a public sector. So that started. Earlier, it was not concept that we work from home. Anyway, we are working from home only on the, you can say, weekdays or holidays, not on the regular days. We have to come to office daily. But that time it started, and then we also find that we got connected to people through this technology, which earlier we are not used to do. Just to mainly to just know that how they are in that environment, whether they are all fine. Other than the business also, what is the personal things. So I think there people get more closer towards all, you can say, people are telling this social distancing, but we got more closer socially from our people. We're trying to meet people regularly. So that was not an, it was, you can say it was a better thing. And wherever some issues were there, our company had taken a very big role in supporting all employees for any of the eventualities, whether it is related to COVID situation or any other. So that way our company was very progressive. All management, they were helping all employees, and we're also, you can say, as per the government thinks that because of the situation of business going down in the market, and also even we reduce so many requirements of our partners, like contractors. So many things got reduced. They can reduce. They were busy, and the supply part and whatever options we can do to help them as a partner. So we basically we did that. And this has become now a new normal, that we can work both way, coming to office or working from home. So it is now becoming people more flexible, you can say, in working.
Thank you, Mr. Yadav. And I totally agree with you. See, the organizations who had seen this change, it is not just that the COVID-19 has brought the digital transformation. It had been happening. It has only been accelerated by this sudden lockdown. And those companies which realized this long back, I think they have really survived and thrived during this period. In fact, if you look at our company, we are 1,600 people across the globe. And, the lockdown was so sudden. At night, the Prime Minister announces that from tomorrow, you're not going to your office. Everything is under lockdown. And we are executing more than 300 projects around the world. And these are like hospital projects and everything which cannot stop. So fortunately, we had invested in the technology and the VPNs, and everybody could operate from their home. And the customers did not feel that there was totally different ways of working. So, Mr. Avinash, coming back, that's very interesting. So did you find also companies which were not prepared and, they really struggled? And how did you help them to cope up with this, suddenness which they were not prepared for?
Sure. I would like to reiterate again back is the human factor. Well, when COVID, everybody's been talking about technology, everybody's talking about process, but people fail to understand the main key of the whole chain is the humans which are there. And when we had to do this changeover, shift over, we had to, everybody is not used to working remotely. It's still a challenge. Some of the people are staying into some guest houses where they don't have separate space. How are they going to work from home? They're going to have a challenge. People working in small spaces, they can't have an independent space. How are they going to work? People won't have assets. Of course, what we provided is there. But then those are the challenges which people had. People had challenges like they have come from somewhere, staying at a rental place. These challenges were there. So first thing is we had to first stabilize them, provide them assets and get them into place. And the most important part is even if the organization, 40% we have a remote working, but when it goes down to lower levels and others, people really don't know how to use the remote working tools, how to use. So there are two aspects. One was the usage and second was the security. Because when you're opening up your organization in such a fashion, you really do not know at the other end who's using, who's logging things. So these are the two key aspects which we had to really train up our employees, to train them saying that what are the right methods of security, what's the right method of using the tools, and to put in a lot of technology behind at back end to ensure the endpoint securities are taken care. But the major part is all hacks, all breaks happen because of human errors. Most of the stuff if you really look at. So we had to train up people in batches, telling them what is the right ways of using things, what the right way of using tools, what they should do, and what are the measures we are putting in, how they are being really observed. It's not that you are remotely working, it's not you're not observed. kind of stuff. So we had to get in some of those things in place, and that was the most important part, because to make them enabled, you should be able enable them to deliver things. It cannot happen that, oh, take a laptop, tomorrow onwards you're logging. You need to know where he has to log in, where he'll get his work content, where he'll get his task, how he's going to get his approvals, kind of stuff. Once you were made them enable, the second stage is, okay, what about my expenses? Earlier I had to clip, stamp, submit those copies. How am I going to do it? So we had to really look at digitalizing our expense management kind of stuff for employees. So those are the changes which were there in terms of, so the focus always has been the employee, because if he is not enabled, he is not happy, how will we deliver? There are a lot of questions which keep on coming to them. So these are the measures which we did so that they are efficiently, they are stable, and now they are in a mode which they can deliver. The next stage is, how are they going to deliver? How are you going to enable the delivery? What is the social collaboration you are going to provide them? Earlier it was an office, hey, you talk to them, pick up a phone, speak, whatever access is there, you can get it. But now we are working from home. You're lost. You don't know where is your office files. In office, mostly you use it to keep in a hard disk. Now when you're working remotely, you don't have that kind of space. You need to have a collaboration space where you can go and find your knowledge portion, where you can store your place offices. Where is the place, how you can go ahead, processes have to be clear. Those kind of social collaboration and enablement was a major challenge which we brought in, and people were started collaborating. We had the right kind of tools. We built those communities, how they will interact, how will they pick up the tool. So when the social collaboration is happening, you have the engagement slowly happening. And the third part is the engagement part. Now we have collaborating and working. How are you going to engage them? How are you going to get motivated? So these are the areas which have been working in terms of focusing on people. Same way we are working on customers, sales channels. I won't want to really discuss much of that, and partners which we have. But at least enabling your workforce is a big thing, and reduce your rework, which is a major challenge as of now, and ensure all those checks and balances are in place.
See, my next question is to both of you. See, now that the organizations have tasted blood of the benefits of remote working, what do you think would be the percentage of remote working once the situation gets normal? Mr. Yadav, what do you think? Will we go back to everybody to office? We are hearing different numbers. So both of you, I'd like to know your feedback. And also another challenge that it throws is performance monitoring. Now you are working from remote, right? How do you measure the performance? You can't see them working. So how do you, this is one of the challenge everybody is facing. So if you could tell us more about that, that would be really nice.
Thank you, Mr. Patwari. It's really a challenge what you are asking. It is a real question. Because earlier we used to work from office only. There was no work from home. So we are monitoring all the activities, what is going on, who is performing, who is not performing, what he has done today. But when suddenly lockdown happened, then we are all at loss. We didn't know how to connect to them and how to monitor. So what I did personally, that I tried to maintain some log, that to whom I have talked today, what things we have discussed, what we agreed to complete the job. So those things we are doing on personal level. But later on, when this unlock started and we coming to office, at that time also it was very, not 100%. So maybe 20-30% we started with that, and other people still they were in the working from home. But later on we increased to 50-60%. Now it is up to some level it is 100%, and only up to some below level it is less than that. So now you can say mostly we are working from office, not from home. But the company in between have revised this that you can say the policy for the work from home. Earlier they allowed some percentage. Now recently, because they know that some people have to work from home and it is better, so now they developed an online ERP system to put there that what he has done today for working from home. So those performance monitoring is already made online. So now all their bosses in the hierarchy, they can know what has been done by that person who has allowed to work from home. So those things are really, you can say we are developing those processes to for the real performance monitoring.
So what percentage of people you will allow to work from home when situation absolutely returns to normal? What do you think that would be?
It is not clear now. That will depend on how much it is, whether some will get some wave or something, some waves are coming, then we have to see. Otherwise, I think mostly it will be more than 60-70% people will be coming to office, and yes, a lot of.
Mr. Avinash, your thoughts? Yeah, very interesting. It would be.
So it will depend whether you're working for home or you work for home party. So if you're working for home, definitely you like to go back to office. A lot of guys had to do double work, had to work for office as well as home. So, so it will depend which party you are, and then you will be in that part. So coming back, jokes apart, things have changed. Now people have tasted blood. You will not go back, as I said earlier, to post-COVID days. People have realized, like, I don't have to really keep investing in such large real estate when most of the people can work from home. So it will depend on your business, what type of business you are. Manufacturing, where you have to man the stations, where to produce, you'll have to be putting people in place, provided whatever regulations are there, distancing, etc. But a lot of organizations have got this feel that knowledge workers, kind of area, people who are there, they can easily work from home. And by now, people have put in the systems where you can see the productivity, whatever managing. Some tools are always in place. So to answer the question, whether you will continue with work from home or not, depends on your industry and how you're going to work it out. Reimagine yourself. Because some of the people would like to take benefit of this and they're more motivated. Some people like youngsters who are staying in guest house, etc., who are depending on office canteens to survive would not like to work from home. So those kind of things will be there. People who would like to prefer an environment which they find team bonding, people who want to be in touch and feel will want to work from. So organizations have to give an option. This is a voluntary part, you can work from home. These are the ones which have to definitely work in office because they have to produce or do physical activity. I may look at maybe 60-40%, maybe the average of the industry which may happen post-COVID. Looking at the kind of second question where you are saying, how are you going to enable all these people? Because when you're going to bring people to office, you have to ensure they are safe, you have to ensure the transport is safe, and all those questions are big questions which are still unanswered because it's going to be difficult to manage real estate and not really populated kind of stuff. So mostly people are going to cut costs, especially with all those expenses. The real estate landscape is going to go down, definitely. Rather, the investment will go into some tools which you can enable and monitor.
Very interesting.
Yeah, sorry.
So ma'am, we have some more time, right? We have 7 more minutes.
That's all. That's also whatever is the timer. That's the time where we have to end the session because the honorable. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
let me take up the next question. You know, Mr. Avinash, you talked about micro segmentation and change in the consumer behavior. So what are the impact that you see on the functioning of the organization, their offerings? Do you think companies with multiple portfolios, they will have to trim down and you can't, like Tata's making from salt to the software, So do you see a fundamental change in the industry?
It will be very difficult to predict in that fashion because it's a reimagination effort of each segment, each market, what they are serving. So financial markets will work differently, manufacturing will work differently, BFSI may have challenges because of regulations, etc. So it's really difficult to predict. But then what you really need to know is whom I am servicing, what am I servicing, and how am I servicing. So if we answer these 3 and then break it down and see what change you can make in all these 3 aspects, you're really going to reimagine. So that needs to be looked at each and everybody's offerings, what they have. So it's difficult for me to make a generic statement. This is the golden key for you. So every organization has to take up their own, but they need to look at all these aspects.
Mr. Yadav, you'd like to say something on that?
Yeah, see, there are some operations where it has to be done physically, like any maintenance part, any restoration part. So that has to be done. And now also people were like working from home means they were working on call basis. Something happens, they have to go and attend. So instead of sitting in office, they can sit near to office, or you can say near to home or in the home. So that will happen, anyway happening. But regarding the office part, that will depend on the progress of the vaccine, and also suppose vaccines come and it becomes so effective, then again it will be more towards normal. The office work will be more towards normal than work.
Great. That was very, ma'am, any questions from the audience that we have?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There's a question from Mr. Chandan Kumar. He's saying that that when people have become more productive, then how do we make sure that the employees are not overworked due to the increased pressure of job loss, and how will managers make sure that they can balance their life and work, and not now they are working 24/7, so they don't have a life anymore. So how do people manage that? And they're scared also because they might lose their job if they don't work 24/7. So it's a catch-22 situation.
Very interesting. Yeah, Mr. Avinash.
Yeah, sorry. So Chandan, primarily this is what I'm trying to say earlier also. The processes have to change. Today, when you have moved to remote working, you have not really looked at the process. It's still a task-oriented way of operating. That means everybody has to do so many tasks, and then your performance is measured, which is the way of working today. You need to look at goal-oriented deliveries, and that's what has to change. If your organization doesn't realize that, it's just going to alienate the employees, alienate the process, alienate everyone, and it will not work. People have to change, and it has to happen not only from bottom up, it has to from top down too. So a goal-oriented operations is the key to survive in the next post-COVID era. If you're going to have task-oriented, definitely it's very easy to pull down tasks. So it's guy like the Charlie's Great Dictator. If you've seen, a bomb falls down and then people look next, and in the end there's one Charlie who has to defuse the bomb. So maybe that kind of thing is happening, and some people are really tasked because they don't have a life, right? But things have to change. It's no more an earlier economy. It's no more the earlier processes. Things have to change. Otherwise, it will collapse.
So I just want to add something here. Chandan, you see, when ATMs were introduced in the banking industry, everybody thought that, the banking employment will go down. Now, so there is nobody, cashier is required. You have only ATMs. Especially, let's say the desktop publishing, earlier you had those manual printing press where every block was prepared. Huge number of employees were required, even for newspapers. Today, everything is done on computers. But actually, if you see, the number of employment has increased. So the technology is only changing the type of people required. See, today, when the ATMs are there, somebody needs to be design the ATM, somebody needs to fulfill the ATM, manage the ATMs, and it expands the market. Today, the banking industry can do address so many segments which it could not earlier because of the manual processes. So we should not be scared of technology. Technology will never, like we talk about artificial intelligence, that it is going to take away jobs. It is not going to take away jobs. The only thing it will do is it will need different type of skills. So I think all of us, it's a message for everybody in the society that don't be happy with the skills that you have. You have to continuously evolve yourself, retrain yourself, make yourself relevant in the company. Otherwise, the company will not need you. The industry will not need you. You cannot say that I know this software. No, you have to understand the requirements and adjust yourself. That's all from me. Mr. Yadav, you'd like to say anything as remarks, because we are just running out of the time. Thank you very much, my panelists. It was such a pleasure talking to both of you. Thank you so much. And thanks, Raki ma'am, for giving us this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Can you take a couple of questions? There are one or two more questions.
Oh, sure, we can. It's nice.
It's an odd question, but it has just come from one of the delegates. That do you think people above 50 will not have jobs anymore? Do you think the retirement will be?
I am 54 and I'm still loaded with more and more jobs. So sorry. So it's not about the age, it's about your skill, your contribution, and what value. Rather, I would say you are the right people who can help the next organization restructure, reimagine things, because you have the knowledge, skill, you know the pulse of the organization, you know the domain, and you can't leave it to youngsters. They're good at designing things and executing it, but to guide them and give them vision, I mean, people like you are required.
I also want to add, because this job will not go, because seeing the human side, seeing the motivation side, engaging employees, this will not come from the, you can say, new employees, and it will come only from the employee who understand the things over the time. They can, I think, do it better, so it will carry on.
Absolutely, the gray hair has a value.
Yes.
Yeah, ma'am. Any other next question?
So the questions are more of, I think, more soft-natured questions, in the sense that how does one, people are working from home, and there is a general tendency that the managers have become more irritable. So how do people handle that and still continue to perform and balance all that out?
Yeah, see, the work from home, I think, doesn't mean that you're available 24/7. I think the working hours needs to be defined, right? I mean, you have more flexibility. You definitely are saving the time to go to the office and various things. But we all have to understand that to make things work, it's very, very important that the processes, as Mr. Avinash also explained, that the processes and the structure needs to be defined. I believe that's very, very important, because otherwise the work from home will bring more stress to the people, and it will actually make us more inefficient. If I have to work for 12 hours, I cannot be the same productive. I'll make more errors.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. That was a very interesting session, and we were very, honored to have all of you with us. Unfortunately, Mr. Sankarshan Banerjee had an emergency that had come, and he really tried, but he could not join in. He apologizes for his absence. And now, thank you so much, sir, Mr. Bimal Patwari, sir, Mr. Avinash Velal, sir, and Mr. Doman Yadav, sir, for joining us for this session. We will move on to the next session.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So our next session is something that we have been waiting for. We are most delighted to have the Honorable Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, Mr. Bhupesh Baghel, sir, joining us. Government of Chhattisgarh is a partner state for INFOCOM 2020, and we are most privileged to have the Honorable Chief Minister, sir, joining us today. We warmly welcome you, sir, on behalf of INFOCOM 2020, and we are most delighted to have you with us. And Honorable Chief Minister, sir, would be talking about and giving his insights on Chhattisgarh in the next normal. And now I would like to hand over the session to sir for his address.
जी नमस्कार। एबीपी समूह द्वारा आयोजित इस इन्फोकॉम में उपस्थित सभी महान भावों का मैं छत्तीसगढ़ के 3 करोड़ से अधिक जनता की ओर से अभिनंदन करता हूं। एबीपी समूह पिछले 18 वर्ष से यह आयोजन कर रहा है और यह 19वां वर्ष है। मैं एबीपी समूह को बधाई देना चाहता हूं, जहां देश में विचार विमर्श की परंपरा को लगातार हतोत्साहित करने की प्रक्रिया जारी है। ऐसे समय में आप लगातार इसे प्रोत्साहित कर रहे हैं। किसी भी लोकतांत्रिक व्यवस्था में लगातार विमर्श का होना अत्यंत आवश्यक है। विमर्श से ही समस्याओं के हल निकलते हैं, बेहतर नीति बनती है और नीति निर्माण में सबकी भागीदारी भी सुनिश्चित होती है। जब हम बिना चर्चा और विमर्श के नीतियां बनाते हैं तो उसका हर्ष वैसा ही होता है जैसा कि केंद्र सरकार द्वारा हाल ही में बनाए गए कृषि कानून का हो रहा है। आज इन्फोकॉम में हम छत्तीसगढ़ ने कोरोना संकट काल में अपनी अर्थव्यवस्था को किस तरह से गतिमान बनाए रखा, इस विषय में बात करेंगे। इस विषय पर अपनी बात रखने के पहले मैं आपको छत्तीसगढ़ के बारे में कुछ बताना चाहता हूं। छत्तीसगढ़ का हमारे देश के विकास में आर्थिक मजबूती में और पर्यावरण स्वच्छ रखने में महत्वपूर्ण योगदान है। छत्तीसगढ़ को धान का कटोरा भी कहते हैं, क्योंकि हमारे 80% से अधिक किसान धान उपजाते हैं और सेंट्रल पूल में हमारा महत्वपूर्ण योगदान है। हमारे कोरबा जिले को देश की ऊर्जा की राजधानी के रूप में जाना जाता है। देश की बिजली उत्पादन में हमारा बड़ा योगदान है। पूरी देश आजकल पर्यावरण प्रदूषण से चिंतित है। पर्यावरण प्रदूषण ने दिल्ली और अन्य बड़े शहरों कोरोना के खतरे को गंभीर बना दिया है। मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि छत्तीसगढ़ के 44% क्षेत्र अभी भी वनों से आच्छादित है और देश को ऑक्सीजन देने का काम कर रहा है। फरवरी मार्च 2019 में जब देश में कोरोना की आहट सुनाई देने लगी और केंद्र सरकार ने बिना किसी पूर्व नियोजन के ताबड़तोड़ लॉकडाउन और ऐसे अन्य कई निर्णय लिए तो देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को काफी नुकसान पहुंचा है। लेकिन ये नुकसान केवल कोरोना की वजह से नहीं हुआ, अपितु इस सरकार के नोटबंदी और जीएसटी जैसे कई अव्यावहारिक निर्णयों ने कोरोना महामारी से पहले ही इसकी शुरुआत कर दी थी। कोरोना ने तो केवल इसको गति प्रदान की। मैं आंकड़ों से इसे आपको समझाना चाहता हूं। 8% से ऊपर की जीडीपी विकास दर को घटाते हुए सरकार -23.9% तक ले आई है। आजादी के बाद से अभी तक कभी ऐसा नहीं हुआ है। आज भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था मंदी के दौर में प्रवेश कर गई है। मुझे और हमारी भारतीय को यह दुख होता है जब हमारे नेता राहुल गांधी ने इस बारे में कई महीनों पहले ही सार्वजनिक रूप से इसकी चेतावनी दी थी। तब भी इस सरकार ने इस पर गौर करके पूर्व तैयारी नहीं की। इसका परिणाम आज पूरे देश को भुगतना पड़ रहा है। किसान परेशान हैं, वो दिल्ली कूच कर चुके हैं। मजदूरों के पास काम नहीं है, वो आंदोलित है। मध्यम वर्ग की नौकरियां खत्म हो रही है। बेरोजगारी, महंगाई लगातार बढ़ रही है और सीमा पर खतरे के बादल मंडरा रहे हैं। इन सबका निराशाजनक वातावरण के बावजूद छत्तीसगढ़ देश में ऐसे उदाहरण के रूप में सामने आया है जिसने पूर्व नियोजन, दूरदर्शी सोच और सकारात्मक परिवर्तन की दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति से ऐसे कदम उठाए जिससे कोरोना के संकट के बावजूद राज्य में अर्थव्यवस्था बेहतर बनी रही। किसानों को अपना उपज बेचने में कोई परेशानी नहीं हुई और मजदूरों को रोजगार मिलता रहा। औद्योगिक क्षेत्र के संचालन में लॉकडाउन के समय थोड़े दिन कामकाज प्रभावित हुआ, लेकिन जल्दी ही उसका संचालन सामान्य हो गया। लेकिन यह सब एक दिन में नहीं हो गया। 17 दिसंबर 2018 को सरकार में आने के बाद से हमारा हर कदम ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था को मजबूत करने वाला था। हमारे हर निर्णय के पीछे यह सोच थी, इससे हमारे किसान वैसे मजबूत होंगे, गांव में लोगों को काम कैसे मिलेगा और किसी तरह उनकी आमदनी बढ़ेगी। हमने सरकार में आने के बाद 1 घंटे के अंदर पहला निर्णय किया, वह था 17,82,000 किसानों का 9,000 करोड़ रुपए का ऋण माफ। इसके बाद ही हमने राज्य के 17 लाख से अधिक किसानों पर वर्षों से बकाया 244.18 करोड़ रुपए की सिंचाई करके माफ की। यदि हम किसी विकास कार्य के लिए कृषि भूमि को अधिग्रहण करने की जरूरत पड़ी तो हमने मुआवजा राशि को 2 गुना से बढ़ाकर 4 गुना कर दिया। हमने राज्य के 5 लाख पर बिजली उपलब्ध कराकर सालाना लगभग 900 करोड़ रुपए की राहत भी दी। इस सब के पीछे उद्देश्य यह था, किसान पुराने ऋण के दुष्चक्र से मुक्त हों, नए सिरे से खेती किसानी में जुटकर अपने आर्थिक स्थिति को बेहतर करे। इससे न केवल उनका जीवन स्तर बेहतर हुआ, बल्कि ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था को मजबूती मिली। लेकिन हम केवल ऋण माफी पर ही नहीं रुके, हमने किसानों को उनके द्वारा उत्पादित फसल को खरीदने की पूरे राज्य में व्यवस्था की और उन्हें उनकी फसल का पूरा मूल्य दिया। मैं यहाँ आपको यह बताना चाहता हूँ कि छत्तीसगढ़ देश का एकमात्र ऐसा राज्य है जो किसानों से 2500 रुपये क्विंटल की दर से धान खरीदता है। जब केंद्र सरकार ने एमएसपी से ज्यादा दर पर धान खरीदी में अड़ंगा लगाने की कोशिश की तो भी हम डिगे नहीं। हमने किसानों की मदद के लिए एक नई योजना शुरू की। इस योजना का नाम है राजीव गांधी किसान न्याय योजना। इस योजना के तहत हम छत्तीसगढ़ के 19 लाख से अधिक किसानों को अंतर की राशि का 5,750 करोड़ रुपया प्रदान कर रहे हैं। इनकी 3 किस्त हम किसानों के खाते में जमा कर चुके हैं और चौथी किस्त भी जल्दी ही जमा करने जा रहे हैं। हमने छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य गठन से लेकर अब तक समर्थन मूल्य पर किसानों से सर्वाधिक 83,9.94 लाख मीट्रिक टन धान खरीदी और किसानों को धान के समर्थन मूल्य की राशि 15,285 करोड़ रुपए का भुगतान ऑनलाइन सीधा उनके बैंक खातों में किया। कोरोना महामारी के संकट के दौरान भी छत्तीसगढ़ की अर्थव्यवस्था गतिमान बनी रही, तो इसका सबसे बड़ा कारण यही राशि थी जो हमारी सरकार ने किसानों को प्रदान की। इसी राशि से ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था में पूंजी का प्रवाह बना रहा और बाजार में भी हलचल बनी रही। आपने अभी तक यही सुना होगा कि हमारे देश में किसान लगातार खेती से विमुख हो रहे हैं, खेती को छोड़ रहे हैं। इसका मूल कारण खेती का फायदे का धंधा नहीं होना। मैं पूरी विनम्रता और गर्व के साथ कहना चाहता हूं कि छत्तीसगढ़ में हमने को फायदे का धंधा बनाते इसकी गवाही देते हैं कि छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य में इस साल समर्थन मूल्य पर धान बेचने के लिए 21,29,764 किसानों ने पंजीयन कराया है। पिछले 2 साल में धान बेचने वाले कृषकों की संख्या 12 लाख से बढ़कर 18,38,000 हो गई है। धान का पंजीकृत रकबा 24.46 लाख हेक्टेयर से बढ़कर 27.5 लाख हेक्टेयर हो गया है। धान के रकबे में हुई 3,32,838 हेक्टेयर की बढ़ोतरी हुई है। 1 दिसंबर से पूरे राज्य में समर्थन मूल्य पर धान की खरीदी प्रारंभ की गई है। वाटर रिचार्जिंग के मामले में हमारे 2 जिले सूरजपुर और बिलासपुर को देश में पहला और दूसरा स्थान मिला। देश में 110 स्पेशल डिस्ट्रिक्ट आकांक्षी जिले हैं, जिनमें प्रथम स्थान पर हमारे बीजापुर जिला है। आज दूसरे लोग गाय के नाम पर राजनीति करते हैं, लेकिन गाय की सही मायने में कहीं सेवा हो रही है तो छत्तीसगढ़ में। हमने 5,036 गौठान बनाए। देश का दुनिया का पहला राज्य है जो गोबर 2 रुपये प्रति किलो के दर से खरीद रहा है। चरवाहों को रोजी नहीं मिलती थी, आज वो गोबर बेचकर 25,000 से 30,000 रुपया महीना कमा रहे हैं। कोरोना काल में दूसरे राज्यों से वापस छत्तीसगढ़ आने वाले श्रमिकों के लिए व्यवस्था करना एक बड़ी चुनौती थी। छत्तीसगढ़ में लगभग 7 लाख श्रमिक दूसरे राज्यों से छत्तीसगढ़ आए, जबकि छत्तीसगढ़ से अन्य राज्य में जाने वाले श्रमिकों की संख्या केवल 26,000 थी। हमने अन्य राज्यों से आए श्रमिकों के लिए 21,000 से अधिक क्वारंटाइन सेंटर बनाए, उसके आवास, उपचार और भोजन की अच्छी व्यवस्था की और रोजगार भी उपलब्ध कराया। मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा कि जब पूरे देश में लॉकडाउन था, मजदूर काम के लिए भटक रहे थे, तब छत्तीसगढ़ में मजदूर मनरेगा के तहत काम में जुटे थे। उस दौरान छत्तीसगढ़ रोजगार उपलब्ध कराने में देश में पहले नंबर पर था। हमने एक समय में एक दिन में 26 लाख मजदूरों को मनरेगा में रोजगार प्रदान किया था। छत्तीसगढ़ में 44% हिस्सा वन क्षेत्र है। इसी दौरान वनोपज संग्रहण में भी हम देश में पहले नंबर पर थे। ऐसे समय में जब देश में एक अनियोजित लॉकडाउन के चलते ठप पड़ा था, छत्तीसगढ़ के ग्रामीण इलाकों में पूरी सतर्कता के साथ अर्थव्यवस्था का पहिया गतिमान था। कोरोना संकट ने औद्योगिक क्षेत्र को भी काफी प्रभावित किया। आंकड़े बताते हैं कि देश भर में औद्योगिक उत्पादन माइनस में चला गया था। छत्तीसगढ़ में हमने उद्योगों को प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए कई उपाय किए। बिजली के बिल आधा कर दिया, स्टील और स्पंज आयरन सेक्टर को विशेष पैकेज प्रदान किया, उद्योग स्थापना के लिए कठिनाई रहित सिस्टम बनाया। राज्य में नई औद्योगिक नीति लागू होने के बाद हो रहे बदलाव ने देश का ध्यान छत्तीसगढ़ की ओर खींचा है। छत्तीसगढ़ MSMI प्रमोशन में, डेवलपमेंट में देश में दूसरे नंबर पर है। युवा स्टार्टअप योजना में बेस्ट इमर्जिंग स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम स्टेट है। लॉकडाउन में हमने 27 लाख स्टील उत्पादन किया, जो देश में सर्वाधिक है। जीएसटी कलेक्शन में हम 26% वृद्धि के साथ देश में बड़े राज्यों में आंध्र प्रदेश के साथ सबसे आगे हैं। सितंबर 2019 में 1490 करोड़ रुपए की तुलना में सितंबर 2020 में 1841 करोड़ रुपया बढ़ा। प्रसंस्करण उद्योग और बायोइथेनॉल राज्य के रूप में तेजी से कदम बढ़ रहा है। एक और सेक्टर था जिसे कोरोना ने काफी प्रभावित किया था, और वह था निर्माण सेक्टर। निर्माण सेक्टर में कृषि के बाद बड़ी संख्या में मजदूरों को रोजगार मिलता है। लॉकडाउन ने इस सेक्टर को लगभग समाप्त कर दिया था। हमने इस सेक्टर को प्राणवायु फूंकने के लिए कई उपाय किए। हमने भूखंडों के लिए शासकीय गाइडलाइन दर में 30% की छूट प्रदान की। उद्योगों के लिए डायवर्सन के लिए 15 दिन का समय सीमा तय की। कॉलोनी विकास के लिए एकल विंडो सिस्टम बनाया। हाउसिंग बोर्ड की कॉलोनियों में मकान मूल्य में 15 से 20% की कमी की और गुमास्ता एक्ट के नवीनीकरण में छूट प्रदान की। इन सब से निर्माण सेक्टर में नई ऊर्जा का संचार हुआ और वह भी धीरे धीरे मुख्य धारा में वापस आ गया। हमने जेम्स और ज्वेलरी क्षेत्र को भी और अधिक मजबूत प्रदान करने के लिए और स्किल्ड लोगों के लिए अतिरिक्त रोजगार सृजन हेतु राजधानी रायपुर में जेम्स एंड ज्वेलरी पार्क के लिए जमीन आवंटित की। हमारे राज्य में नक्सली समस्या है, इससे इनकार नहीं किया जा सकता। हमने नक्सल समस्या के हल के लिए सुरक्षा और विकास की नीति अपनाने का फैसला किया। इस समस्या को केवल किसी को गोली मारकर समाप्त नहीं की जा सकते। हमारा विश्वास है कि जिन नौजवानों की नक्सल भर्ती करते हैं, यदि हम उसे रोजगार देते हैं और अगर उन्हें हल पकड़ाते हैं तो बंदूक नहीं उठाएंगे। कोरोना काल में केंद्र सरकार ने महुआ का मूल्य 17 रुपया निर्धारित किया। हमने इस साल 30 रुपया में खरीदा। इतनी दर पर वनाश्रितों को पहले कभी नहीं मिली। हमने वनाधिकार अधिनियम, चाहे वह व्यक्तिगत रूप से हो या सामुदायिक स्तर पर हो, लागू किया। नक्सल प्रभावित क्षेत्रों के लोगों को अब लगने लगा यह हमारी सरकार है। हमने नक्सल प्रभावित क्षेत्र में 13 साल से बंद स्कूलों को फिर से शुरुआत की। बस्तर के लिए अलग से हमने भर्ती प्रक्रिया अपनाई है, क्योंकि नक्सली समस्या के कारण वहां के बच्चे पढ़ नहीं पाए। ऐसे में उन्हें रोजगार देना है। हमने एक अलग श्रेणी बनाई ताकि स्थानीय लोगों को काम मिले। इन सब के अच्छे परिणाम आ रहे हैं। मुझे विश्वास है हम नक्सल समस्या को धीरे धीरे निष्प्रभावी बनाने में सफल होंगे। छत्तीसगढ़ आज देश के विकसित राज्यों के समक्ष उदाहरण बन के सामने आया है। अभी हम विकासशील राज्य में हैं। हमारी स्थापना को 20 साल ही हुए हैं, लेकिन मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि छत्तीसगढ़ आने वाले कुछ वर्षों में ही देश के प्रथम 3 विकसित राज्यों में अपना स्थान बना लेगा। इस इन्फोकॉम में उपस्थित सभी प्रबुद्धजनों का आभारी हूं। एबीपी समूह को भी मुझे आमंत्रित करने और बोलने के अवसर देने के लिए धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय छत्तीसगढ़।
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your address, and we are very honored to have you here with us. We will be, thank you so much, sir, for taking time out and joining. We are much grateful for Government of Chhattisgarh's participation. Thank you so much, sir. We will now move on to the next session. It's a very interesting session that we have today. It's a spotlight session for the day, which is on the healthcare. And the name of the session is Race to the COVID-19 Vaccine and Gearing Up Global Healthcare. And this will be an interactive session. And let me introduce you to the spotlight speakers today. We are joined by the spotlight speaker, Professor Heidi J. Larson, who is the founding director of the Vaccine Confidence Project. She is the professor of anthropology, risk and decision science, Department of Infectious Disease, Epidemiology, London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. Professor Heidi J. Larson is also a clinical professor, Department of Global Health, University of Washington, Seattle, USA, and a guest professor at the University of Antwerp, Belgium. Dr. Larson previously headed global immunization communication at UNICEF, chaired Gavi's advocacy task force, and served on the WHO's SAGE working group on vaccine hesitancy. Professor Larson's research focuses on the analysis of social and political factors that can affect uptake of health interventions and influence policies. Her particular interest is on risk and rumor management, from clinical trials to delivery and building public trust. She served on the FDA Medical Countermeasure Emergency Communication Expert Working Group and is currently principal investigator for a global study on acceptance of vaccination during pregnancy, an EU-funded project on the deployment, acceptance, and compliance of an Ebola vaccine trial in Sierra Leone, and global study on public sentiments and emotions around current and potential measures to contain and treat COVID-19. We warmly welcome you, madam, for joining us today. And our next spotlight speaker is Mr. JVR Prasad Rao, who is the former Health Secretary, Government of India. He's also the former Special Envoy on AIDS for Asia Pacific, United Nations. He's also a member of the National Task Force of ICMR for the COVID-19 response team. And Mr. Prasad Rao has served as the director of the National AIDS Control Organization and has been the additional secretary in the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare from 1997 to 2002 to head the national response to a raging AIDS epidemic in the country. He also led the organization in an unprecedented response to AIDS with multi-stakeholder involvement. From 2002 to 2004, he served as the secretary in the Health and Family Welfare Ministry and was instrumental in bringing out a national health policy and a national AIDS control policy in 2002. Subsequently, he was the regional director for Asia Pacific region of UNAIDS at Bangkok, the joint UN program for control of AIDS from 2004 to 2009. During those 5 years, he led the UN response to AIDS in Asia Pacific countries using his experience from India's national program, the largest in the region. After his return to India, Mr. Rao was appointed as the Special Envoy on AIDS for Asia Pacific region by the Secretary General, United Nations. He interacted closely with political leaders, including presidents and prime ministers of countries in the region, for prioritizing AIDS control in the national plans and strategies. Mr. Rao is currently involved in COVID-19 response in India as a member of the National Task Force of ICMR and is on the Global Advisory Board of the State Government of West Bengal. We warmly welcome you, sir, for joining us today. And this session will be hosted by esteemed Chairperson Dr. Kunal Sarkar, who is the Senior Vice Chairman, Director and Head of Cardiac Surgery, Medica Super Specialty Hospital. Dr. Sarkar is a renowned coronary surgeon and is intimately associated with the academic activities of European Association for Cardiothoracic Surgery and Indian Association of Cardiovascular and Thoracic Surgeons. He has also been the past president of IACS. He also aspires to bring the South Asian nations together in the South Asian Forum of Cardiothoracic Surgeons. A passionate debater, orator, and writer, Dr. Sarkar is the president of the Calcutta Debating Circle and chairs the largest live debate in India during the Calcutta's Festival of the Spoken Word. He is also the chairman of Kolkata Heart Foundation. Dr. Sarkar graduated from Medical College, Calcutta with gold medal in surgery and won 12 other awards in surgery. He's trained in cardiac surgery in Cardiothoracic Center, Liverpool, St. Mary's Hospital, UK, He is also a fellow of Royal College of Surgeons, Edinburgh and Glasgow, and a faculty of Imperial College London. A warm welcome to you, Dr. Kunal Sarkar. And before I hand over the session to you, ladies and gentlemen, there's a Q&A box in case you have questions for the spotlight speakers and for the chairperson. Kindly post them in the Q&A box and we will get to them at the end of the session. And I now hand over the session to you, the spotlight session for the second day of INFOCOM, which is the race to the COVID-19 vaccine and gearing up global healthcare. Over to you, Dr. Sarkar.
Okay, thank you very much. Am I audible? You are.
Yes, sir.
A very good afternoon to Professor Larsen. Good afternoon from India and Mr. Prasad Rao. And thanks to INFOCOM for giving me the opportunity. Thanks for asking. And I'm full of sympathy for Professor Larsen and Mr. Prasad Rao, who for the good part of the next half an hour has to be in conversation with a stupid cardiac surgeon, right? Very accomplished as they are. You see, one disadvantage of the virtual platform is that you do not see the board audience nodding off at the other end. So I think, we'll try to keep ourselves fairly sharp, topical, and brief, and on a very interesting topic as the mantle given to us by INFOCOM. So Professor Larsen and Mr. Rao, I don't know whether it has been purely coincidental or partly planned that we have been brought to this session at a day, 48 hours from which, Britain hoisted the world leadership in sanctioning the vaccine, and probably the first instance of Britain hoisting world leadership after D-Day in 1944. Well done, because everybody was hesitating and trying to push the other person to the front of the queue. You go first, you go first. And who else but Boris Johnson takes the leap of faith first of all. But having done that, I think that has been a big breakthrough. Professor Larsen, having gone through, having gone through the 10 months of this pandemic, it is believed that if all the viruses of the world were put together, it would be less than 2 grams in weight. And yet, this 2 grams weight of virus has inflicted a lot of misery on 65 million people with a mortality of more than 1.5 million. Now, were you satisfied? Were you skeptical with the overall global response to the pandemic control so far? Because we have these contrasting experiences in the world. We have Southeast Asia, which has stood up very gallantly. We have rest of the world, which seems to be completely caught off guard. So why do you think we had such a contrast in responses between like a third of the world's population and the rest 2/3 who were almost sort of caught napping? I mean, why do you think we had this kind of disparity? And especially I think you witnessed a lot of it from Europe. So your perspective, please, Professor Larsen.
Well, in terms of being caught off guard, I think that caught off guard or not paying attention, I think is one way to look at it. I think that, particularly we had a pandemic in 2009 of H1N1. That did not turn out to be it was bad, particularly in age groups that we weren't expecting. But it was not as bad as we had feared, because it was the same strain of a virus that was the 1918 horrible global pandemic. But it did re-spark in the global community a lot of discussion about we need to be prepared for the next big one. Then again, when Ebola hit, again, it was another reminder. So there's been a lot of discussions about preparedness. But somehow, as you rightly say, the COVID pandemic, I think in some ways, we weren't expecting it to be a coronavirus. Even though SARS started to suggest something, but it didn't get so much traction. But I do think that we could have been better prepared as a planet. But I also don't think that people were expecting, for instance, that Italy would just, a ski resort, would erupt with the same virus as Wuhan. Why didn't other countries along the way? And some of this was just the nature of the virus, and they do think that there was a particular strain that became kind of hyper-infectious. It does remind us that the world, how connected the world is. And I think some of it is because of politics in terms of the levels of preparedness, but the nature of the virus also has unraveled surprises.
You're absolutely, you're so right in your observations. But, funny part of the story is that almost every country who shares a land border with China did very well, and everyone else who was connected by air did miserably, right? So every country, the closest countries to China, to Wuhan, did admirably well as far as the pandemic control was concerned. We move over for the response from Mr. Rao. Mr. Rao, with your vast repository of experience in healthcare administration with HIV/AIDS. I'm of a generation when we were working. It happened to be in London in that era. We were thrown at the rough end, of the HIV patients, and it was all very scary at that age. But thankfully, it gradually kind of died down. So how would you, frankly, I'm sure we haven't got much of the governmental people watching. I mean, so far, how would you rate India's response to the pandemic control? I mean, were you satisfied or weren't you?
Yeah, I think India's response is mixed, I would say. It is not totally disappointing, at the same time, totally exemplary. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had so many millions of infections in the country. I think India started well. I think the initial preparedness was good, and we have closed the airspace and then introduced travel restrictions and also screening at the airports and other entry points. So in the initial stage, it was good. But the prolonged lockdown that was imposed was also necessary at that period of time. But I think we should have got a little more notice. The people should have got a little more notice that the lockdown is coming, is impending. Without that, I think we got into problems which are not directly related to COVID, but which are associated, like the huge migration problem. So the government's attention went into tackling the migration problem more than the COVID problem at some point of time. I think that's where probably we lost the opportunity to control it at a relatively low level. And then you have the story of the migrants going to their home states and they are coming back with the virus, infecting the states where they are working. So it went into the open. But when it moved from a concentrated epidemic to a community transmission, there should have been greater acceptance of that reality at every level, both the government of India as well as state governments. See, it is always better to accept and then own it than just denying it and moving forward. So I think that's where probably we made a tactical error, I would say. We could have said, yes, it is already in the community, out in the open, so we should be more careful. So the strategy also needs to shift from a screening and and then testing to a more open testing policy, and also to introducing voluntary testing also, so that people can go and get tested. So there should be having a paradigm shift in the entire approach at some point of time, maybe in May or June. That would have probably reduced the number of infections. I mean, in hindsight you can say this, but I think if you look at the fatality rate, I think India did extremely well in keeping it very low. So I think compared to other countries, I think in India the fatality rate is very low. And also the recovery rate has climbed up and is very high now. So in these two, I think we have done fairly well. So it's a mixed performance, I would say.
Very, 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 very sharp observations, Mr. Rao. If I may ask you one question, I have nothing against bureaucrats, but it is said very often that India's response has been very dominated by bureaucrats and politicians, so much so that 10th month into the epidemic, we still do not know who India's chief epidemiologist is. Does it not surprise you?
Well, I don't know, because if you look at who is leading the response at the Government of India level, it is not the bureaucrats, it is the ICMR, the Indian Council of Medical Research, which you will find are giving their regular press briefings, and they are the ones who are laying the policy. They are the ones who are prescribing the testing policy. So it is not the bureaucrats only. I think it is the.
Can I just interrupt you? Can I just interrupt you, Mr. Rao? Because I mean, honestly, you know, being connected with healthcare, I find it very, very a little bit bizarre that how did a research organization get meddled up in a purely clinical public health problem?
Absolutely, I think this is exactly what I.
We had a center.
This is exactly what I wanted to learn from you.
We had a center for disease control in Pune, right? The Central for Disease Control in Pune seemed to have shut shop. And the entire baby with the bathwater fell onto the laps of ICMR, which are very knowledgeable, very erudite people. But what were they doing in the public health domain? They are research.
Absolutely. You are right on the spot there, Dr. Sarkar. The response part should have been with the National Institute of Disease Control, which is the NIDC, which actually has the repository of all information. They are the ones who run the IDSP, the Integrated Disease Surveillance Program. They have all the information. I, for one, expected, because when I was health secretary, that was the time IDSP came into existence. So I was expecting that IDSP is the one which will take over the response at that point of time. But somehow or the other, the ICMR came into the picture, and then ICMR is the one which was looking at testing kits and also about screening, all the issues, all the concerned issues relating to COVID response. Why it is happening, I don't know, because I have no idea why ICMR is the one which was chosen by the government, maybe for some valid reason. But it would have been better if the epidemiologists are the ones who would have taken control of actually tracking the epidemic, looking at the response, making mid-course corrections. This should have been the work of an epidemiologist and a public health expert. Basically, I agree with you on that.
Professor Larson, I just want to provoke the anthropology side of you. That do you really, are you convinced with this sort of species violation theory of COVID-19 so far, that it was actually a species the jumping of the virus, the zoonosis spreads from one species to the other. Do you think this hypothesis that was probably propagated and sold to the world from the University of Shanghai, the Chinese bat woman professor and the rest of it, are you reasonably academically convinced with that argument?
That this is naturally derived from animals?
Yes.
Well, I mean, pretty much many viruses do come from animals, and all of our evidence so far, it seems pretty clear that it's from that. I mean, it's not to say these things can't be manipulated, but there is quite extensive investigations into that, and we see no reason not to believe that so far. There's no strong evidence to say otherwise, is what I'm trying to say.
And before we move on to the other issues, so from that point of view, we've had this experience in 1918. We've had it experienced God knows how many times in history, starting from the Peloponnesian War and the other things, when we've had these zoonotic kind of spreads and diseases. So what would be the lesson? Do we all forget these lessons in the next century to come and get on with life as we know it? Then from this kind of thing happening as a zoonotic spread, a species jump, a violation, what lesson, Professor, do we take home from this? What not to do in future to provoke episodes and incidents like this?
Well, I think we're not going to be able to stop the jumping. I mean, it's a process that's continually evolving, but I do think that...
Because, sorry to interrupt. All I mean to say is happened n number of times before. It keeps on happening. And it's almost with ominous regularity, every century we succumb to this. So what's the lesson? Yeah.
The lesson is it keeps happening, so we need to be better prepared.
It will happen again.
But it doesn't keep happening in the same way. And
Right.
so on the one hand, we need to be better prepared because there's a certain amount we can control and there's a certain amount that we can't control. Some of it is also to do to climate change and the pushing and population growth and how the interface of humans and animals is getting a lot more pressure. That's for sure. And there's a lot of environmental contextual issues that are putting pressures on that relationship. But from the public and global health perspective, we need to be better prepared. We shouldn't be caught off guard, seemingly in some ways the way some people seem to be with this one. But also we have to recognize that not all the lessons from the past are going to be relevant each time. We have a totally different situation now than we did, not just since 1918, but since 2009. The whole digital communications landscape has made this much more complicated. It's, on the one hand, could have been an incredible resource for sharing good information, but it's caused huge complications in terms of misinformation, for instance. And I can promise you by the next pandemic, whenever that may be, there will be other things going on, other things complicating it. Armenia, they had an outbreak of COVID and then had an earthquake. You know, you can have a political conflict, you can have other things happening. So we need a different kind of resilience.
Professor, before we move on to other topics, I would request you for a minute or so. I think this is something a lot of the, this kind of lay audience does not appreciate. If you can explain to people the impact of climate change and how the human-animal interface is getting stressed. That's something very important that you just said to us.
Well, let's take Ebola, for instance.
Yeah.
In West Africa. Ebola has been in Africa we've known of it for 40 years. Well, 1976, it was first documented. It was likely there well before. But the reason that the West Africa outbreak was so dramatic and of concern is that those previous outbreaks had been in remote kind of equatorial areas that were contained and it put out the spread. What happened in West Africa was a perfect storm of deforestation, of trees being cut down, of bats moving more into urban areas, looking for food, looking for population congestion because of rural jobs and whatever, not being as some of the agrarian, more people moving to the cities for jobs. So more people, more animals, deforestation, and that whole interaction accelerated what was normally a more containable spread. That's just one example. So it's a mix of environmental issues pushing people into more urban areas getting more congested, pollution complicating it. And then, with that, animals also need new places to harbor, and that's where it gets complicated.
Thanks, Professor. Very well explained. Mr. Rao, I cannot resist the temptation of borrowing from your experience with the AIDS prevention. I think, because we were sort of clinically involved in that process, though I think we were largely uninformed in an era, the era of the mid-80s and the early 80s. There was no internet. You were only dependent on the print and the conventional media for the news of these spreads to go on. What kind of parallel do you draw from your HIV experience to what you see, what you witness is happening around us in COVID-19?
I think there are
a number of common characteristics and the number of differences also between the two. The common ones are the extreme level of denial that we saw in the AIDS epidemic. You also saw it in COVID initial stages in a number of countries. And that's where I think countries miss the opportunity of containing it at an early stage, thinking that it doesn't happen there. It is a Chinese virus. So it'll remain. If you can just restrict the people coming from China and test them, that is enough. So that is one. Second is the level of denial was really very, very evident in many countries. But the big difference is that in the case of AIDS, the real special feature is the community participation. At every level, right from the beginning, the communities which are affected by AIDS and who are infected, the people living with HIV/AIDS, the gay population, the sex workers, the drug users, they were all involved in the whole response right from the beginning. Some on the other, in COVID, you'll find the entire approach, not only in India, in many countries, it is totally top-down. It is just somebody sitting at the top dictating something and then others trying to follow that. I didn't see any community involvement at any level in the COVID response, not only in India, in many countries. That is a striking contrast between the two. Maybe one reason why we have not been able to restrict the number of infections at a pretty early stage, because people were not involved. It is entirely the government functionaries, the police. These are the people who are mostly trying to work with the program. But you hardly find any NGOs, any community organizations coming in and trying to work in close contact with the government.
Thank you, Mr. Rao. But I think there is one trait of commonality between the two. That is, for the good part of the first response, the clinical medicine was equally helpless in both these things. For HIV, thankfully, the transmissibility was low. But I've been inside both HIV wards and the COVID patients. But still today, apart from isolation and oxygen, everything else is hypothetical. So, but fortunately, that helplessness of clinical medicine has been a little bit lifted from the good news from the vaccine area. Right. So I think what the doctors really, we carry a little burden of guilt on us, that what the applied pharmaceuticals and the physicians, we stumbled in finding an appropriate antiviral. We've never done very well with antivirals anyway. So we stumbled with the antivirals, but fortunately, there is a little bit of a dark clouds lifting with the news coming from the vaccine area. So Professor Larson, we have seen, by all accounts, a kind of a lightning speed on the vaccine domain, the work going on in 10 months from the University of Thailand and the University of Shanghai, isolating this virus somewhere in the 12th of January to you have a vaccine in somewhere within 10 months or so. It is said, that things have been fast, but the scientific processes have not been compromised. What the pro-vaccine people say is that yes, we've been very rapid, but we've not compromised on the scientific nitty-gritties of the process. Do you agree with that?
I do agree with that, to the extent that we've had time to be doing the safety work. I think the public is correct that we have not had these vaccines long enough to see some of the potential long-term rare events that happen, but that's true with introducing any new vaccine. But the processes so far have been absolute rigor when it's come to safety. It is other pieces of the process that have been shortened. We have new technologies we've never had before. We were able to characterize the virus much more quickly. We had funding mechanisms that we didn't have before, thanks to Ebola, that woke up the global community to say, we don't have emergency rapid release funds for research. We need that. So CEPI, the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness and Innovation, was established. India was a key partner in that. And that has been a tremendous boon to allow things to happen more quickly. But safety, as far as the trials have gone so far, has not been compromised.
What would you say, Professor Larsen, on the aspect of international scientific collaboration? Were people competing with one another, or were they collaborating with one another? Briefly, there was a little bit of a banter between the Oxford group and the Russians, saying that, they were sniffing at one another's data. But that apart, we can excuse Vladimir Putin for that little bit of transgression. But that apart, did you see a good amount of, did we see, I'm not taking the answer for granted, did we see a good amount of scientific international collaboration this time?
Absolutely. We couldn't be this far without the global collaboration. I mean, all of these trials are global. I mean, even the Chinese vaccine has trials in Indonesia, in Brazil. Oxford has trials in Brazil. And actually, it's not Oxford, there's just Oxford even. I mean, the AstraZeneca vaccines, I mean, these trials are in multiple countries with multiple teams. It's been a hugely collaborative global effort. I think, different countries, different political leaders have tried to move forward. I mean, as you introduced the session and congratulated the UK for the first approval, but they weren't approving the one they were expecting to approve.
Sure.
It wasn't the Oxford vaccine. It was the Pfizer-BioNTech one, which is made in Belgium, and BioNTech is a German company. And it's ironically, it wasn't the one they were expecting to approve first. So politicians, I think, want to be ahead of the curve. But I think at a scientific collaboration level, it's actually been an incredibly collaborative. And each of these vaccines are a bit different. They will be, used differently. They have different logistical issues. Some are more appropriate for some settings. So I think that we should celebrate the scientific progress and collaboration to date.
We certainly should. Professor Larsen. But on a lighter note, do you think this is the first advantage of Brexit that you have seen? Because otherwise you would be stuck for another month with the European Union. They're not meeting till the end of December to approve to have their approval committee meetings. So are you happy that you've been in Brexit so far? Because otherwise Britain would be hanging around for another month and a half for the vaccine.
Well, I'm happy to hang on to Europe. Let's put it that way.
But you look will probably not before another 6 weeks or so. They'll take to go through their approval regulatory mechanisms.
Well, that's very different. That's not the same. The EMA approval is a very different level of approval. And it will be approval for authorization. I mean, I think that's an important point you raised, because people shouldn't see the two as the same. It'll certainly have bigger implications, the EMA one.
Yeah, otherwise it'll be a bit funny to see Britain using a vaccine made in Belgium 6 weeks before the Belgians get to use it. So that would definitely be a bit funny.
I think the Belgians are happy to wait for the EMA approval.
Mr. Rao, I mean, somewhere, as you said earlier on, that we could have avoided certain things like the migration and the rest of it. But there was a little bit of a shift from the central government in India trying to possess, being the big brother of the control campaign, to last 3 months or so, it's been like 30 states of India has had 31 different versions of the pandemic control. So I'm sure we don't want that to happen for the process of vaccination. The Prime Minister today has given us some very positive notes about vaccination, but we really want, more kind of collaboration, more sort of systematic approach, a bit more of science, a bit less of political wranglings. How do you see? I mean, are you a little bit fearful? Because I am, that the process of vaccinating, say, 120 crore people, we may fall into the same trap again.
No, you're right. It is an unprecedented and challenging job. Let's not have any misgivings about it. But I think we have to learn lessons here. And the government of India has certain allotted functions here. But at the same time, when there are state governments, there will be definitely different levels of response, different types of response. In a federal setup, you can't avoid it. It can't be one uniform pattern everywhere like what will happen in China or somewhere else. So there is going to be difference. But there are certain things that government of India need to make it very clear. That is, which are the vaccines which are going to be selected. That has to be a scientific work, I would say. It is the work of scientists. They have to tell us which are the most efficacious vaccines. And also you have to look at how much are they affordable. For example, if you have a vaccine which has to be stored at minus 70 degrees centigrade, do you think that is the right vaccine for India? Can we have a cold chain which can take that sort of a challenge? So these are issues which need to be dealt with, but that has to be done at the central level. I completely agree with you. We need to have a uniform policy on that. And also fixing the price at which you are going to buy the vaccine. If each state government starts negotiating the price, it will set up a rat race among the states. So that's not going to be helpful. So, but the implementation part, the execution part, that you have to leave it to the states. You can't be dictating that sitting in Delhi saying this is how you are going to vaccine. Which are the groups you have to vaccine? Which are the priority groups? How are you going to identify the priority groups? How are you going to approach them? Which are the vaccination teams which will be going? How the capacity will be developed among them? All this nitty-gritty, I don't think somebody can sit in Delhi and prescribe it. That has to be left to the state governments. They have technical experts, they know the country, they know the people, so they are the ones who have to decide. It has to be a mix of Government of India laying down certain criteria, certain policy guidelines, etc., and the state governments implementing them to the best of their ability. It has to be a mix of both. It can't be this or either this or that. That's how I put it.
Yeah, can I just ask you a little bit more of a specific question? Because you see, as Professor Larsen said, that Britain did not approve the vaccine it was expecting to approve. It ended up with the Pfizer. Similarly, in India, honestly, with AstraZeneca getting their mathematics a little bit, topsy-turvy with the half dose and the full dose and that kind of problem. You see, at the moment, we are not holding any vaccines in our hand till we get into the approval process, right? So that is one aspect. But being a very experienced healthcare administrator and thinker, how do you see the process? Because my understanding in India is like healthcare. We have a bit in government and a bit in and a big bit in private. That probably there will be two parallel mechanisms of vaccination. There will be a state-like vaccination machinery, and probably once you have full approval, some of it will also be available in retail for people to buy it off the shelf and use it. Is that your reading of the situation as well, or I'm wrong?
No, I think under the universal immunization program, every Indian citizen is eligible to get vaccinated. That is what the Prime Minister has promised. He said every citizen will get the vaccine.
So why are we discussing two prices? Like for Oxford, we are discussing 250 rupees and 1,000 rupees.
But yesterday you had the Health Secretary and the DG ICMR saying that only 50% of the people will be vaccinated. The other 50% are supposed to get immunized. I don't understand this. Because who are those 50% who will be left out? Invariably, what happens is the people who have the least access, the people who are the most, I would say, hard to reach people, are the poor people. They are the ones who will be left out in the process. You see, that's why I find this argument very inconvenient, saying that if you give vaccination to 50% of the people, the other 50% will be automatically immunized, or they will develop herd immunity. Because basically, you need to get into a situation where people of this country are entitled to get vaccines. But if somebody wants to jump the queue, somebody wants to get it tomorrow, you can go to a private sector and buy at a higher price and get vaccinated. That parallel stream can be made available. But the thing is, it is government's responsibility to take up vaccination on a universal scale. You can have prioritization. You can vaccinate the healthcare workers first, then the elderly people, then the people with comorbidities. You have a list of priorities, but it has to reach everybody. It has to reach the last mile. It has to reach the people who otherwise don't have access to vaccines. If you limit it to only certain percentage of population, I think we'll be getting into a situation where people there'll be absolutely a craze to jump into the bandwagon. There'll be a crazy scenario, absolutely. Everybody trying to get into that 50% because they don't want to be left out. So I'm not able to understand the logic behind this, leaving 50% out to develop herd immunity.
Mr. Rao, it's not just the logic. I am also not able to understand the numbers because according to the last census, India has a total healthcare workforce strength of around, say, 25 lakhs or 30 lakhs, And today the health secretary quoted a figure of 3 crores, which is about 2% of India's population. There is no country where 2% of population works in healthcare. So I believe, what you said, that there will be a lot of VIP culture seeping into the entitlement, the VIP entitlement, because this figure that was quoted today is a little bit out of tune. It doesn't seem right. You definitely don't have 3 crore people in India involved in healthcare, not by any stretch of imagination. It's not possible. Anyway, let's hope for the best and see how the story evolves. Right. In many of us in India, in our kind of situation, we don't appreciate, how significant a problem vaccine resistance, or say what you call the anti-vaxxers are. It's said that in America, in the United States, it's a big issue. It's a big time problem. So between China, which has a vaccine resistance, it's claimed less than 5%. United States, it is claimed has a vaccine resistance of more than 50%, more than half the population. Where does Europe and where does UK stand? And is that a big problem? Do you envisage that being a big issue?
It's more of a problem in the UK. We run a lot of surveys on willingness and intent. The UK, 54% said that they would take the vaccine. I think the countries that are the most least willing are France, Hungary, Poland, Russia. So Europe is interestingly the most vaccine skeptical region in the world based on our 5-year analysis, and that has stayed that way. It's gone up a little bit. In all of our COVID vaccine intention studies, interestingly, India and China are the most confident about taking a vaccine, or at least that's what they're saying. Let's see when they have it.
Perhaps we are the most desperate, at this point of time.
Actually, I think, there are a number of Indian companies that are very engaged in the COVID vaccine work, which is fantastic. Yeah.
But how do you intend getting around the problem? Because the ultimate belief that it immunizes the population and it showers in a kind of herd immunity. But if you have 40% or say half the population not immunized, wouldn't it be a bit of a defeated exercise? How would you get around the problem?
Well, I think that these surveys are about, it's very different to do surveys on vaccine confidence in a stable setting with vaccines are familiar and known. Around the COVID one, there is tremendous uncertainty. I think it's not unreasonable for people to be unsure whether they want to take it. So, and also what we've seen is in those surveys is that people's sentiments around whether they would take the vaccine have been changing. Every month they're changing since April, May until now. And
why is that so? Why does it change?
Totally reflective of the state in their country of the pandemic.
Oh, right.
So if they feel the threat their willingness is a bit higher. If they're starting to feel a bit like, well, I got through this, they're less willing to take the vaccine. The surge is back and they're like, well, maybe I would take it. And I think when we actually have the vaccines will partly depend on how much people feel like they're still threatened by the disease, as well as who else is taking it. Because people want to see, I'm going to take it after he takes it.
Two quick questions for you. One is that on the sort of whispers or on the grapevine front, we are sort of hearing good things about the Imperial College Johnson & Johnson work on the single dose vaccine. What are your impressions? Because I think they are probably hitting stage 2 now, because that's the only single dose vaccine so far. Because have you heard good news on that front? Because I'm
very enthusiastic about this vaccine candidate. I'm really looking forward to its moving ahead. I've got my eye on that one.
Yeah, good, because so far it's the only single dose one. And it's not just the rivalry with the Oxford group, but it's supposed it's supposed to be clever. It's supposed to be clever stuff.
Very clever.
It's supposed to be very clever stuff. It's a single dose vaccine, coming up so far. I think that would definitely make a lot of. And if you were to hazard a guess, with vaccination starting, say in England, in Europe by the middle or end of December. Can we sort of expect for a normality, whatever it means, if normality meant January 2020, do we see January 2021 or the autumn of 2021, not January 2021, or say by autumn of 2021, we getting back to our bad old ways or travel, work, etc.? Is that scenario envisaged? Is that practical?
Getting back to, well, it depends on the country and what stage you are. I mean, for us at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, we never stopped working, but the nature of our work has allowed us more to be able to work at home. Our lab people have had to go in just because you can't take care of your lab from home. But that's already a very controlled environment and spaced. But I think we need to, everybody's trying to get back to, we're never going to get back to the normal we were. We can forget about that. And maybe that's not a bad thing. I think we've all been rethinking our futures personally, collectively, politically through this time. And all I can hope is that we really think seriously about how we can make the world better post-COVID.
That's very well put. That's very well put. Mr. Rao, right? Again, drawing on your huge reserves of experience with healthcare. You see, I don't know, it is believed that, say, in India, our capacity for vaccination so far has been about 15 to 16 lakhs a month. And that is mostly with non-injectable vaccines, mostly with oral polio, not really to do with adults, etc. So what would be your advice? How would the healthcare administration, the primary health mechanism, because we really have to step on the accelerator. At 16 lakhs a month, it takes us something like 6 years to vaccinate India. So that is impractical. So what would be your advice so far? How do we tighten up our action, put our foot on the accelerator, so at least within a year, most of the year or 18 months, most of the target population vaccination is achieved? Is that possible?
Yeah, it's possible, provided we have advanced preparation for it, because it's a huge challenge. Till now in India, immunization program is mostly restricted to children and maybe a little bit on mothers. And our entire cold chain capacity is only about 80 million to 100 million, that's it, doses. So you need at least 10 times more capacity than that if you really want to handle this load of vaccinating people with COVID vaccine. So a lot of advanced preparation on many fronts are needed. First of all, the entire cold chain you need to augment. Second is you need to have a bunch of vaccinators, a whole army of vaccinators who need to be trained in vaccination, and then fan them out into the villages, into the remote corners of the country. You need to train them. You need to make the people prepared. For example, many people still have many misgivings about the COVID vaccine. I have seen this resistance to vaccination when we were dealing with the polio eradication program. There is organized resistance against polio at the polio vaccination at that time. So there will be now also. So we have to foresee those situations to make people aware of the importance of getting vaccinated. So a number of preparatory steps from now onwards need to be taken. I think they're already on the job, both the government of India and the state governments. But I think we need to put it more in public domain. People should know more about what the governments are doing, both the government of India as well as the states. I think that is the most important part.
I mean, Mr. Rao, what does your sources tell you? Is any of that happening?
Yes, it is happening, but may not be to the required scale, but it is happening.
Because another challenge you see is the double dose vaccination. That's a big thing for India. That you give a lot of first doses and miss out on the second doses. That would be an entire waste, because
absolutely.
I hope we don't come to that. We seriously hope we don't come to that. I think as you said very correctly, sir. And could I now put the crystal ball in your hand and tell you that, drawing again on your knowledge and experience, how do you see us 6 months from now? Do you see a quasi-normality? Do you see 50% normality? Or do you see that some of the turbulence will still continue?
I think it will continue. I don't see any possibility of a near normality in the next 6 months or even 1 year. And even after that, I think we need to do our business a little differently than what it was. As Heidi has said, I don't think we are going back to the old normal. If somebody is seeing a dream of the old normal, forget about it. It's not going to happen. You are going to get into a new normal where working from home, working in a different way, and then wearing a mask when you go out, when you have a cold or a fever. These are some of the new things which need to come. You asked one question about Southeast Asia. There is a cultural aspect there. See, in Japan or Korea or Thailand, etc., you find people when they has a cold or a fever, they even otherwise they wear a mask. That is a part of their culture. I think it needs to come into India also. Public hygiene, personal hygiene, wearing a mask, caring about the others. These are not the part of the new normal, and that has to come in. If we think that we can just forget about everything and go back to the old normal, I think that's a big mistake we'll be making actually.
I think very, very well said, Mr. Rao. Probably what we expect to see, I'm sure you know, that one of the habits that we have adopted in the last 7 or 8 months, probably, not only with COVID, it will probably reduce the incidence of tuberculosis in India significantly over the next 2 to 3 years to come. There will be a lot of collateral benefits. The tuberculosis, childhood respiratory problems. I'm sure, the virus, along with a lot of sadness and misery, will bring some benefits to us. I think, it's been wonderful speaking to you. And I'm sure, like the entire audience, I at least have learned a lot. And should Raki have some questions lined up for us, I think you can certainly shoot away. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, sir. So the first question is, will we, if the vaccine comes out, will one vaccine work for everybody, or will we need to take a combination of vaccines? How will that work out?
Who do you want to answer this?
So you can choose Professor Larson, probably.
Yes.
Well, I think it's going to depend on a lot of factors. I think one, you have to see which ones the government approves. It'll probably be multiple ones. It's going to depend. There are very different logistical requirements for these different vaccines. The mRNA ones, for instance, need kind of freezer cold, deep freeze refrigeration, -70, 80 degrees. That's not going to be great for a number of the locations in India, for instance. You want a more stable vaccine. So it's going to be a mix of what's available, what's appropriate for the situation, where you have the capacity, and where your priority population needs are. So it's going to need to be a mix. And the more vaccine options we have, that's a good thing to the extent that you can accommodate, because each one's going to take different training.
Raki, if I can just add a line to this. You see, in the Indian context, India is aiming for about 40 crore or 400 million vaccine doses by June or July. There is no way one company will supply us with 400 million. So it will probably be something like 50, 30, 20, 50 being Serum Institute, 30 being Hyderabad, our co-vaccine, and there has to be a 20 somewhere else, maybe Zydus or somebody else coming in. And that will give us 40 crore doses, which only means 20 crore Indians being vaccinated. Because it is 2:1. If you have 40 crore doses, you don't have 40 crore. If you have 400 million doses, you don't have 400 million vaccines. You end up vaccinating till July about a population of 200 million in India, which is less than a fifth. Yeah. So that is the scenario. So, but this is not like having different ice creams. So we must not take a first dose of Oxford and go on to have a second dose of Hyderabad. So if you do that, internationalism will be in a lot of trouble. So if you with Hyderabad one, stick with Hyderabad. So one Hyderabad and one Ahmedabad will not work very well. they are by nature.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So the next question is from Mr. D.D. Purkasta. He's saying that it usually takes a vaccine at least 1 or 2 decades to develop. So even if the vaccine comes in 10 months, do you think it will be safe and acceptable? How do we have the assurance that it is going to be okay?
I think Professor Larson referred to it. She can probably underline that again. Yes. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think that, as I said before, the different aspects of the vaccine development were shortened, but not the safety. I mean, we do need to, there are, long-term future rare things that we need to keep an eye on, any possibility of, but everything so far has been strictly followed.
All right. Ma'am, there's another question for you. It says, this is from Mr. Iman Ghosh. He's saying both the EU and Dr. Fauci have criticized the speed at which the UK has approved a vaccine from abroad. And the EU's criticism has been that the emergency provision approval clause was not meant for individual cases and not vaccine groups. Do you have any comments?
Well, as I said earlier, this is a different kind of approval process than EMA or FDA would give. They will be doing a more rigorous type of approval that will allow for authorization of the vaccines. This is just a small, an initial one that it'll still need another level.
I'll just add a comment to that question, because again, I don't want to stir an international row on this, but the trouble is, you see, US suffers from the same disease as India because we are struggling with 30 states, they are struggling with 50 states, right? So there is that much of fragmented approach to anything, to any public health measure, that honestly speaking, they're going to have a lot of problems. So I, for once, I'm no great fan of Boris Johnson, even though he spoke in one of our debates. But having said that, I think UK has really taken a considered approach, and that was the way forward. And there is nothing scientifically suspect with what UK has done so far. So it's been very sensible, actually.
The next question is from Mr. Shubhama Chakraborty. He's asking, is the vaccine discovery connected to any previous work that was being carried out for, say, from the SARS time, or is this a fresh discovery? Professor Larson, would you like to take that?
If which one is a fresh discovery?
I think he means in general. generally, saying that
all of these vaccines, I mean, that's actually an important point. Even though this particular focus on the COVID-19 has been shorter, these are platforms like the mRNA platform. There has been a lot of work on the development of this platform. This is not brand new in terms of the development process. It hasn't been used for vaccines yet, but the actual principle and the research into this platform has really a lot of substantial development before now. Similarly, with the other virus, the other approaches, they've all been in different ways used before. So it's not like they started yesterday in this case.
You see, if you consider the AstraZeneca vaccine, the Oxford vaccine, I think half the work was already done during the Ebola platform, right? The adenovector module, which Gamaleya, the Moscow, Russian vaccine, and Oxford too, half the work was already done in the Ebola. So they, in some scientifically speaking, they continued from that. And what we are doing in Hyderabad, you see, very clever work, Covaxin. Covaxin is perhaps the only live attenuated virus, which is not very different from what happened 50 years ago for the polio vaccine, right?
Yeah.
So from the days of Sabin and Salk and all that kind of things. So nothing starts, science is a continuum. So you go on following on. So some of it changes, obviously new technology is important, but many of it is continuity of the work that has happened before.
Every time you don't go back to the drawing board.
Exactly, yes. So true, so true.
Okay, the next question is, there's possibly so far maybe one Nobel for vaccine discovery for yellow fever, I think. And do you think that if this vaccine comes out, it will get a Nobel Prize?
Hypothetical.
I think why not? I think my answer would be why not? Well deserved.
I would reserve the Nobel Prize for somebody who gets a vaccine for HIV. It is evading you for the last 40 years. And I think this is really a challenge to the scientific community of the world, that why we are living with HIV virus, even 40 years after discovery. Why we are not able to get a vaccine? Why we are not investing enough on vaccine research for HIV? I mean, that's something which beats my imagination.
Very true, absolutely.
A lot of questions, sir. A couple more. There's one question for you, Dr. Sarkar. There's a question from Mr. Kaustav Sinha, who's asking that will this vaccine be given to people, those who are COVID affected and already recovered? If yes, then what will be the priority? Will they get it first, or they will be, they'll have to wait?
Well, the good part of the bad news is that if you've had COVID, you've probably saved yourself the cost of buying a vaccine, because nature has vaccinated you. So honestly speaking, scientifically speaking, you should not require the vaccine if you've had COVID and if you've been proven RT-PCR positive. There is a further test which is possible, which is checking your antibody levels. Though the antibody levels are a little bit iffy at this point of time, but in India, you see the problem is, so for example, you want to get the Astra vaccine in the government platform, you will probably get it for $200. But to get your antibody checked, it costs $600 or $700. So many people would just queue up and have another dose of vaccine anyway, simply because it will be more expensive to have your antibody checked. So we need to sort these things out, but truly speaking, from a scientific point of view, I think many countries, probably, the NHS and the SAGE associated, the SAGE group in United Kingdom, are probably now, so far, probably they're not too keen to vaccinate people who've already had COVID, because theoretically you should not. Theoretically, you should not need it. So you save yourself some money.
So I think I think Professor Larsen has to also leave for another session, and we're also out of time. A lot of questions, but this discussion can go on for hours, I think. So anyway, I'd like to thank all the spotlight speakers, Professor Heidi Larsen and Mr. JBR Prasad Rao, sir, for joining us today. and Dr. Kunal Sarkar for taking time out and moderating this session. It's been a very insightful session and very apt session in recent times. Thank you so much for joining us today, ma'am and gentlemen, for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thanks for that.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
With this, we come to the end of day 2 of INFOCOM 2020. We will resume back tomorrow afternoon at 2:30 p.m. sharp, and with an interesting keynote on what's coming next by Ralph Simon, who's the father of the ringtone. Ralph will be joining in from London, so kindly tune in tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. for attending this session. And then we have some more interesting sessions and panel discussions coming up with new age leaders and the next in IT security, and also the valedictory session by Dr. Amit Mitra, Honorable Minister Sir. So please join in tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. sharp. Thank you everyone today for joining us today. Have a good evening.